would say schnitzel.
Okay. And what's the ingredient for that?
Oh, that's just meat.
I'm sure the non-vegetarians over here will love it, and the vegetarians over here will have a different perspective altogether. But then, thank you so much. I just want to request, before we get going, just a little bit of humble gesture from all of you. I'll request all of you to please kindly stand up over here. All of you, if I may request all of you to please kindly stand up. You know, this is an important day. This is an important way of spreading knowledge, and this is an important way of helping each other get better in their respective art. I request each one of you to please shake hands with the person beside you and repeat what I'm saying over here. Can we please do that, if I may request all of you? Shake hands with the person beside you. And, you know, are you all ready to shake hands with the person beside you? Yes, and then I'll be repeating stuff. I'll request all of you to please repeat that after me. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are over here to get some interesting insights over here at this wonderful event called Innovate and Construct Conference by Nemetschek Group. We're all here to spread love, knowledge, and help the entire industry get better, because it's only our expertise blended with the wonderful art of infrastructure that's going to take the world forward. Thank you so much. You all are very kind. I request all of you to take your seats. Thank you so much. Pleasure hosting all of you, and thank you so much for that warm reception. I believe we are all set to get going, and prior to that, I believe we are all set to get going. Yes, we are. So thank you so much. I still see some seats over here at the front. If we can please kind of fill in them. There are some empty chairs over here at the front. We all want a full house at the end of the day. So if I may please request our gentleman over there at the back to fill in some of the chairs which are still yet to be filled. I request all of you to take your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we are all set to get going with today's event. So welcome everybody officially. We have had our share of fun. Now it's all time to get official and all corporate right now. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Nemetschek India's Innovate and Construct Conference, which is about Reimagine infrastructure, BIM, Nemetschek's ALLPLAN advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know about the fact that BIM innovation is transforming infrastructure projects by improving efficiency and precision. ALLPLAN, ladies and gentlemen, is the leading BIM platform for design to build of infrastructure and building projects. Can I have a huge round of applause for Nemetschek Group, please, for putting this together? I think it's a great initiative, and all thanks to our respected guests as well to come over here. But before we get going, we have a special plan for all of you. Are we ready over there at the console?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you so much. I believe my mic is working. Yes, it is. So yes, can we have the lights on? Yes, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I truly feel that no event is genuinely successful or possible without the blessings of the Almighty. And it's truly important that we begin on an auspicious note. So we are going to be having the lamp lighting session now. Can I please have the lamp over here? And in the meantime, I'll be calling our guests to do the honors for all of us over here. Let's have the lamp over here, please. Be a little careful. Yeah, just put it in the center, please, for all of us. And I'll seek the approval of our videographer. Do you get the perfect frame? Okay, thank you so much. Just request you to put it a little behind, please, because we'll have our guests coming up. So just put it a little behind for all of us. Yeah. So we have some very special guests. We have some very special dignitaries who are going to be doing the lamp lighting for all of us to begin this event on a very prosperous note. First, I'll request Nirmala sir, Managing Director of Nemetschek Group, Indian Subcontinent Business, to please kindly join me here on stage to do the honors. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause to Nirmala sir for this very, very fascinating initiative. I'll also request Eduardo Lazzarato, Chief Product and Strategy Officer, ALLPLAN, to please join me over here. Please give it up for Mr. Eduardo, ladies and gentlemen. I'll request Mr. Jad, Director of Products from ALLPLAN, to please kindly join me over here on stage. Give it up for Mr. Jad, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I'll request Mr. Gregor, who's the Product Manager Infrastructure from ALLPLAN, to please join me over here. Give it up for Mr. Gregor, ladies and gentlemen. And we also have Mr. David, Product Manager Prefabrication from ALLPLAN, over here as well to do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, they're all set to do the lamp lighting for this very, very fascinating occasion. Can I please request Mr. Raman on stage as well for this, please? Can I have a huge round of applause for Mr. Raman as well to do the lamp lighting for all of us? Thank you. We have the music. Let's go ahead. Thank you. Let's keep the appreciation going, ladies and gentlemen, with the wonderful round of applause for all of them. So much, it can't get better. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the frame. Can I have a huge round of applause once again for all of them, please? Everybody over here. Thank you so much to you all gentlemen for doing the honors. I request you all to please take your seats after this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Give them a bigger round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting you to take your seats. Thank you so much, Nirmala sir. We have started the event on a very interesting note. I just want to say a few very important things about Nemetschek Group, which must be highlighted. We all know about it, but it's important that we talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, Nemetschek Group has been a leading global provider of digital solutions for the AEC, architecture, engineering, and construction industry. It has been helping customers around the world design, build, and operate buildings and infrastructure more efficiently and sustainably for over 60 years. With its intelligent software solutions, Nemetschek covers the entire life cycle of construction and infrastructure projects, allowing users to optimize their workflows from conceptual design to construction and facility management as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Nemetschek India is a fully owned subsidiary of the Nemetschek Group and is headquartered in Mumbai. Nemetschek India offers a comprehensive portfolio of software solutions that cater to the specific needs of the Indian AEO market. These solutions are tailored to address the challenges faced by Indian AEC professionals, such as fragmentation, lack of collaboration, and sustainability concerns. Ladies and gentlemen, ALLPLAN over here today is the leading BIM platform for the design to build of infrastructure and building projects. And today we are over here to celebrate this wonderful day and most importantly, learn and share our insights. So a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for ALLPLAN. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Nemetschek as we get going with the event. Thank you. To do the initial context setting about Nemetschek Group's vision for India's engineering and construction sector, I'll request Mr. Nirmala, Managing Director, Nemetschek Group, Indian Subcontinent Business, to please kindly join me over here on stage and take it forward. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Mr. Nirmala, please. Can we have the clicker for, sir?
Hello. change here?
Just give it to me, I'll pass it. I'll give it to you.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Is this mic on? Good evening, everyone. I know we have started a little late. We have got call from a couple of our guests that they're still stuck onto the roads, but for the interest of time, we thought that we should start from now. So, welcome to this Mumbai chapter, and we call it as the Dream City. Why we call it as a Dream City from our end? I believe that many of you has got a fulfillment of your business, your career, whatever you want it to be in Mumbai. And we believe that there is a saying in India that Mumbai ne apnaya to pura desh apnaya. Means if Mumbai has accepted you, that means the whole country is a possibility will accept. And that is why we take a chance to start our seminar series from Mumbai, and then we'll follow to the other cities there. So what today's aspect of our show is be fully focusing on the infrastructure part of it. We all believe, and I'm sure you all agree with me, that a country's development depends on how that country's infrastructure is placed today. India is not far away. We have seen that the last couple of years, there has been a multiple big projects in infrastructure has already taken shape. We have also seen in the latest Government of India budget session that a lot of emphasis has been given on the infrastructure. It's a PPP model with the state versus central, as well as with the public and the private sectors. But when you all talk about infrastructure, we all know there are a lot of big challenges in infrastructure projects because projects are very huge, it's a complex, it's a time consuming, how we can overcome that. The other aspect, as a technology company that we have seen, that many of the companies has invested on a BIM technology or some advanced technology on the design space, and not that much into the infrastructure space. We have also seen that many contemporary technology companies has been focusing more onto the BIM, but that BIM is more on the design space. Yes, design is required, but why to ignore the construction phase? Why to ignore on the downstream process of the construction? Because if you do not do that, it is going to be half-baked. Because you are doing BIM or you are using some technology for the design segment, but when it comes to the construction, we all see that most of the people either still depend on Excel or a 2D drawing, and then there is no automation process, most of the cases. And that is why we believe it's very ideal for us to bring ALLPLAN technology in India. Because ALLPLAN is the technology which takes care from the start of the projects to the end of the projects. It is covered the entire life cycle of it. The other aspect which probably today is going to be very important and emphasis that many of you who are involved in this project execution, they might be having a specialized part of it. Somebody might be only in the bridge part of it. Somebody may be in the precast. Somebody may be into the steel construction or a steel detailing or steel industry. Why? When there is a technology choice that you need to do, you need to buy or you need to force to buy a technology which is combining all together. Because if you are a concrete, if you are using on concrete, there is no need of steel to be inbuilt there. If you are a steel detailing company or if you are involved with a steel fabrication, there is no need of having a concrete inbuilt into that. That's the problem that we are facing today in India, and we understand that. So we come up with those solutions. The other thing that what we're going to talk about it is somebody who's saying that, okay, I'm going to use a BIM technology, but I'm not having a proper drawing generation from there itself. I'm focusing on the 3D modeling, but I'm not getting this drawing part of it, because end of the day, all the construction needs a good quality drawing. So how about a solution which can address to the 3D complex geometry, at the same time it is also addressing the entire drawing generation part of it, which is going to serve your construction part. This is where all these aspects that we understood, and we bring ALLPLAN technology here, where you will be able to see today that how from a complex geometry to the rebar details, to the bridge modeling, to a precast model, to a drawing generation is possible under one platform. You will also see that if you are a steel structure detailers or you are involved in steel fabrication, you will be able to get a steel specific projects or steel specific solution from ALLPLAN. So these are something we are going to talk about it today, but let me now emphasize a little bit on to the Nemetschek. But before I go into the Nemetschek, how many of you have heard the ALLPLAN name earlier? Good. It's very interesting that many hands, I was not expecting the same. But let's understand that what ALLPLAN is in a very quick short video. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for ALLPLAN, because that's something we are now launching in India. And you have seen in this ALLPLAN video that when it comes to any infrastructure projects, whether it is bridge projects, tunnel projects, road projects, you will be able to cover everything under ALLPLAN. Some of you who are still using 2D and you wanted to remain into that and you wanted to get the 2D and the 3D combination, you will see today with the presentation that you will talk about it, how easily you will be able to migrate from your 2D environment to the 3D environment. But before I start further, let me understand, or maybe if I can ask all of you, how many of you have been heard about Nemetschek name before you got an invitation call? Have you all knew about it, the Nemetschek name? Fantastic. Thank you very much. Again, I was not expecting that, because when I was talking with a couple of people, they said, yes, we know we are using some technology. We use Bluebeam. Yes, that's a good software. When I asked, do you know that this Bluebeam is owned by Nemetschek? He said, I was not aware of it. Then there is SDS2. People are using SDS2 for a quite long time. And we asked them, hey, do you know that it's coming from Nemetschek as a group? They said, no, we did not aware of it. And that's the purpose for Nemetschek to invest in India, to get into this all consolidated together. So all the Nemetschek brands of the solution under Nemetschek umbrella, we are going to offer to the Indian user space. Now, what is this Nemetschek? Those who have not raised your hand, for you, the Nemetschek is a company listed in Germany. We are close to $1 billion now. And we are addressing the entire AECO portfolio. That means architectural, design, operate space. And what we are going to do in this, we have divided into different segments: planning and design, to build and construction, operate, and media entertainment. Today, we are not talking about the media entertainment, but we have a complete different division on the media entertainment, which is addressing to this media world. And that's been fabulous technology that also been used in India. By the way, because the Bollywoods have been using our technology for quite long years. So that's a good pride factor for us that Nemetschek already been in present by the name of the brands, but now we are trying to consolidate all together. So, as I said, it's a 60 years old company. It's not a new one. It's just that Nemetschek now comes in India, but globally, we are one of those premium companies who have been invented the BIM before it is actually became a buzzword. We are near about 4,000 employees and globally 7 million users. Because we are a public listed company, I cannot talk about on current date what is the financial figures, but I have already pronounced some hints onto this. So you can understand we have reached to that level where Nemetschek is becoming the global pioneer into this AEC space. So who has invented? The Professor Nemetschek. That's the proud factor for all of us who are working in Nemetschek. That Professor Nemetschek invented this company 60 years back as an engineering technology company. And today, this company has transformed, not only having 14, 15 brands together, but we are invested heavily onto the AI technology. The Google experts has joined Nemetschek to bring this revolution in the AI. We are the only company in the technology space, in the AEC, which we promote the ethical use of AI within our solution. You will be seeing today some of this AI implication within ALLPLAN technology. So if I have to go back to this construction facing, what are the challenges on that? And all of you might be agreeing with me that 90% of the construction projects are struggling because of budget and the time. This is very known fact. It's not in India. It's globally it's valid. The same way, the carbon emission. We are all talking about the green building initiative, carbon emission. Globally, it has been happening, right? And we all know that the construction is also contributing into this. These are all known facts. Then 42% of the existing projects have reached to a life cycle end. That means it will be demolished and it is going to be a new construction is going to happen. This is also a known fact. Wastage. 20%, near about 20% of the material get wastage in the construction. Again, known fact. The last but not the least, the resource, the skill resources available for the construction sectors is very, very serious stage. When I was asking my daughter, who was just passed out from 12, and I said, what stream you are going to take? Papa, I'm going to take the computer science. I am a civil engineer. I could not influence my daughter to go into the mainstream civil structural engineering because the systems has been such in India right now that more focusing has been given on those. That's important. But at the same time, how we can bring more civil engineer, more structural engineer, more eminent mechanical MEP engineers come into the mainstream and involved in the construction projects. So that is something, again, is a question for all the technology company like us, that what we are doing. These are all known facts. These are all known challenges. But what as a technology company we are doing? And we take a challenge on that if with our technology, if we can address 1%, just a 1% of all those factors, our value proposition for our users is going to be huge on that. Consider that the 1% of the wastage of the material, how much it is going to save your ROI. Consider that the 1% of your project delay, if it is going to be taken care by ALLPLAN technology or an Nemetschek other technology, how it is going to make impact of your bottom line. So this is our mission, that we understand the challenge of the technology and we are going to address our approach into the market to address these challenges and not just talking point. What else? the most important today's date, if you look into any social media, any other platform, you will see everybody talking about AI. But we talk differently on the AI, and you will see today some of our colleagues, overseas colleagues, will talk about it. And when I emphasize on that, the ethical way of the AI. And that's something very important, that we as a technology company make sure that we take advantage of AI, but we use it more ethical way. Now comes to the entire life cycle. How many of you have seen any technology company knocking your door and saying that, hey, I can address from your architectural concept design stage to your end fabrication, production, construction management part of it? We are the one who has this entire stack of the solution, starting from architectural part, concept design stage, to a structural engineering or a civil engineering design stage, to your design details part of it, to the construction management part of it. And that's why Nemetschek becomes more unique and will be more unique in India when we are going to address the entire life cycle part of it. What else we are important and what else we are making a difference in India? We all know that India is a price sensitive. You can all say that, hey, that's very good, but how much is the cost? We are not able to invest much on that because we feel that if you invest on technology, I don't know when my ROI is going to happen. I appreciate the technology, but I'm hesitating to adopt my technology. That happens. And I have seen all my communication 25 years on a different company. I have seen that. So what we have done in Nemetschek, in India, that we have bifurcated that into a small package system. We understand that a customer's requirement A cannot be the same with the customer requirement of B. Because you may be using, or you got a project which is having a job specification, or your responsibility is certain. You do not need to have an end-to-end solution. You may be focusing on only to the architectural design part of it, or you may be focusing on the structural design part of it. You may be focusing on the bridge part of it. So whichever the part of your projects, you can see that we have launched in India 3 different BIM solution packages. We call it as an AEC solution. Within that, the architectural solution have a series 1, series 2, series 3. Depending on what is your project size, what is your job responsibility, you can choose from there. Similar way on the engineering and similar way on the construction. So why are we doing that? Because we wanted to make sure that our solutions become much more affordable for the Indian customers. That's the difference that we are taking. That's the difference we are taking from any other technology company. Now, let's focus back to ALLPLAN. In this, I'm not going to talk more details on the ALLPLAN because my colleagues from Germany and USA is going to talk more on that. I'm just going to highlight that imagine a solution from a tendering stage to a design stage, to a detail stage, to a prefabrication stage, to a construction stage. This is a solution which is addressing the entire life cycle. Similarly, goes back to the challenge of the construction of a bridge, because bridges are more complex. Designing or a bridge or modeling a bridge, a different type of bridges is more complex. And we accepted those challenges. And you will see today from our colleagues from Germany that how a complex bridge can also be very easily be managed under ALLPLAN platform. Lastly, I'll talk about it on the SDS2, which is a structural steel, and I addressed earlier that if you are dealing with the steel fabricators, if you are involved with India or an overseas structural steel part of it, you will be able to get a separate package for it. You do not need to get a dump of all the concrete because which you're not going to use it today. You will have an option that tomorrow you can upgrade to a concrete model or a concrete details or a precast details depending on the job that you need. So SDS2 is the only solution in the structural detailing space which can provide not only on the 3D modeling, but also it will give you the connection design. Those of you who are involved in this structural steel, they will be knowing that you will spend a lot of time on connection design and separately done, and then you have to plug into a 3D modeling application. Here it is not the case. You will get the connection design based on your international codes or in India codes, and that fabrication detail drawing will come together from SDS2. So my colleague again is going to highlight onto this what are the benefits of the SDS2 and how you'll be able to make good use of it. These are some of the prominent global users that already using Nemetschek technology. Some of them are also available in India. So this list is just a partial list, and we believe that many of those things is going to be enhanced in the coming days in India. I addressed about the resource aspect. And here itself, what is Nemetschek is only talking about the lip services, or is Nemetschek is really acting different from any other technology company? So what we are doing, you can see that we have started with the Center of Excellence concept. We have in Mumbai, JJ College of Architects become the first our Center of Excellence. After that, we have moved to an association with ICT, which is a University Association of Tamil Nadu government. So it's a government initiative that we have done an MOU through which all the 100 to 200 colleges that all the Nemetschek technology is going to be learned, taught within the course curriculum. We have also moved into some of the renowned, like for example, the Lucknow University. We have signed an MOU for including Nemetschek technology as a part of their curriculum. We are in touch with his AICTE chairman, and he is initiating some part of it where Nemetschek technology can be a part of the course curriculum for all the engineering students. These are the initiatives which is just not on one stage. We will continue to do that to make sure that the quality engineers comes out from the engineering colleges. They have the know-how and the learning of a good technology, so that when you wanted to expand your team, you get readily available resources into the market. That's our purpose. That is our objective, so that we can make sure that the demand and the supply gaps are not being far away. And this initiative will continue further. With that note, I'd like to set the stage for all my overseas colleagues who is going to talk today about their experience, their portfolios of the solution, so you can be having a lot more engaging discussion today. You will be able to understand what ALLPLAN is offering. I would like to encourage all of you to make this session more interactive so that they can also understand what your needs are. And then we'll also have a networking session at the evening so that we can also have a further communication on that. With that note, I'd like to thank all of you for coming down here, and let's so begin further from there onwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a full house over here. Can I expect a lot more cheers for Nirmala sir? We can do a lot better in that. Come on, everybody, yeah? Yes, that definitely works. Just a quick bit of update for all of you over here. You all can see the scanners right in front of you. So in case anybody wants to scan the agenda, you can scan the agenda from there. And also on the reverse side of it, there's also a scanner specifically for the feedback. So the entire event, your feedback is definitely something that's valuable for all of us. We want to, of course, get better going forward from here. So after the end of the event, please do share your feedback as well after this. And just another request, we have some interesting presentations and knowledgeable sessions for all of you. I request everybody to please keep their phones in silent mode so that our speakers and our presenters are not being distracted for that. I think Nirmala sir completely summed up the entire scenario wonderfully. It's now time to take it forward, ladies and gentlemen, with a special keynote address on empowering global construction and excellence through innovation. Global success stories. To talk about the success stories, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us now Mr. Eduardo, who's the Chief Product and Strategy Officer from ALLPLAN. Please give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Eduardo as he joins us over here on stage. Pleasure to have you, sir. Looking forward.
Let's see, can you hear me? Is the microphone working? Yes. Well, good evening, everyone. Let's see if this one is working as well. Yes. So first of all, thank you very much for having us. It's an honor to be here in Mumbai. I haven't been here in a few years, actually. It was the first place I came right after COVID from London. I'm based in the UK. And I have been just for a few years now with Nemetschek. Before Nemetschek, I was working with Bentley Systems, which you might have worked with before as well. And the idea today is to tell you a little bit more about ALLPLAN, right? And tell you a little bit more about what do we mean by design to build. And maybe to tell you a little bit of the history of ALLPLAN. ALLPLAN was the first company of the Nemetschek group, right? We heard from MC a lot about the history of the Nemetschek group and how the professor started our company. Well, that company that he started was ALLPLAN. And we have been through the whole history of the AEC industry. So in the beginning, we had many architects working with ALLPLAN, right? We focused a lot on BIM for design for multiple types of buildings. We went then into engineering and expanded into rebar detailing and also construction workflows. Then we expanded into steel and precast concrete prefabrication. We expanded into structural analysis. We expanded into construction management workflows. And that's what we will try to show you a little bit today. I'm sorry if it gets a bit boring. Towards the second half of the presentation, we would like to talk a little bit also about the future. And of course, in technology today, as MC mentioned earlier, artificial intelligence is one of our biggest interests. So we will tell you a little bit about artificial intelligence in the ALLPLAN world and in the Nemetschek group world. But as you will hear many times today, AI for us is a lot about us building it together. So you will see what we have done already, but here's an invitation for all of you for us to work together on the future of artificial intelligence. This is very different than what some of the other technology companies are doing, but we believe that there's no good AI if it's only built by technology companies. It has to be built together with the industry, together with you, because you have the data and you know how to do it. And one thing that is amazing about the Nemetschek group and about ALLPLAN particularly is that we are a company of engineers. Majority of my colleagues here today, all of them actually are engineers, and you will hear that from them. And you will see when you work with us that the vast majority of colleagues at ALLPLAN, we do have architects as well in the company, but we have a lot of engineers, all the way through construction, structural engineering, civil engineering, mechanical, and all of the other different disciplines. So let me jump straight into it, and maybe to start, let me just go back to the slide that NC shared earlier. This is the whole Nemetschek group, right, in our portfolio. He mentioned very well that we have been working with Bollywood and Hollywood and many other cinema industries around the world with our media solution. But today we will focus a little bit here, right, planning and design. And as I mentioned before, the power of ALLPLAN is to take your design into construction. We are very proud that the vast majority of the designs that are done with ALLPLAN today are built. And not only they are built, but they are the most efficiently built solutions around the world in different types of buildings and different types of infrastructure. Why is that important? You heard also from NC that we have massive challenges in our industry. That goes from waste of materials through the carbon that we emit as an industry, and of course, both in the construction and operation of buildings, through the lack of very specialized and highly skilled people. We hear that from everyone that we speak to, right? From steel fabricators or precast concrete fabricators, architectural offices, engineering offices, construction companies, owner-operators, we hear it from everyone. It's difficult to find good engineers, good architects, good construction professionals today. And we believe the best way to close that gap, to deliver projects faster, right? And more eco-consciously, as we say, or more sustainably, is through technology. And here's what we want to offer to you guys and to the whole AC industry. So going back very quickly through what we offer as Nemetschek Group, as I mentioned before, we start with planning, right? All the way from conceptual design, early stage ideas, through detailed design, structural analysis, planning for fabrication, connecting that into the whole fabrication process, irrespective of the material, right? If we are talking about steel, concrete, timber, and other types of materials, we have solutions for all of them. And then, of course, we take it through construction. You heard today about Bluebeam already, and we will show a little bit about how do we work very closely with Bluebeam. But then, of course, we take all of that data from the design phase of the building into a digital twin, right? Maybe not for every single project, but for larger projects, absolutely yes. We have ports, airports, infrastructure projects like bridges and tunnels, where we can then plug different IoT devices to manage that asset through their life. But let me focus a little bit on ALLPLAN. What do we do and who do we do it for? As I mentioned before, we are a company of engineers. We love working with engineers. We also really like to work with architects. And what do? We want to empower architects and engineers, right? And innovate through that whole process of design to build. Designing something, infrastructure or buildings, and taking that into construction and operation, right? And why are we doing it? Well, we want you and the whole industry to be more productive, right? To be able to deliver their projects on time and on budget with the right materials at the right time. We also want to do it in a safer way. So structural analysis is a very important component of our stack globally, and we will talk a little bit about it today. And then the last one, super important, is delivering those buildings and infrastructure more efficiently. And Sim mentioned, hey, we are very proud to be here in India. We have been here for many years, both with SDS2 and with Bluebeam, but some of our other applications. But the reality is that ALLPLAN is a global company. We are very big in Europe, but we have been already growing across the world in different regions for a number of years now. Across the whole Southeast Asia and South Asia, we have multiple customers. We'll hear a lot about them later on today from our colleague Hamon. But we also have customers in the Americas and, of course, as I mentioned before, quite a lot in Europe. And I promise I'll be quick on this introduction, and then we will jump into product, which is always great. But at the beginning of every presentation, we like to tell people about our DNA and our history. And we have been one of the first proponents of Open BIM. And we have been a huge supporter from the beginning of building smart and IFC. We know IFC took a while, right? And it went through different iterations, and it has been much more a methodology and a mentality, but we believe in it. From the beginning, we as Nemetschek Group have always believed in being an open company. We always believed that both architects and engineers need openness. They want to share their data. They want to bring different people into their environment. And we don't believe that is common in our industry, right? A lot of the companies that we compete against, which we also partner sometimes with, don't operate like that. So we just like to share that that is part of our DNA. And if you search ALLPLAN or Nemetschek Group on Google, you will find that we were one of the first adopters of IFC. We were one of the first companies that had all of their products certified to IFC. We are in the board of defining the future of IFC. We are currently discussing the future of IFC 5, right? We know IFC 4 is still being adopted and rolled out around the world, but we are already talking about the next generation of IFC. And we love to share it because we are very proud of it. So why do we exist, and why do we believe technology really helps us solving all of those problems that I mentioned earlier? There are three things that are extremely important on the offering that we make. Number one, we want to make every architect and engineer be able to make decisions earlier in the process. We believe that's what BIM is for. We believe that is how we save materials and deliver projects on time. We also believe that designing for manufacturing or moving construction away from the construction site as much as possible is one of the ways for us to answer the challenges that we have. Be it taking the structural steel into a very well-operated fabricator space, where we have many customers here that use SDS2 for a number of years, but in different parts of the world as well, or precast concrete. We believe that can really help reduce the cost and increase the efficiency of projects. And then the last one is leveraging that data through the whole life cycle of the building, right? So using that data that you created during the design process to build that building or infrastructure project better. Last one, and then we jump into product. And then hopefully it will be quick. I'm keeping an eye on time here. So as I mentioned before, we try to build products for the whole industry, right? But for sure, we focus on your success. We don't do that alone. We do that with you. And we really, really thank you guys again for the chance to be here, right? To share our products and to be part of your success. And we really look forward to working together. But let me tell you very quickly about our products. This might be a little bit too quick, but we will share all of this data after tonight. You will also hear about many of the products that I will share from my colleagues. And we will also try to share a couple of examples that make us very proud. We are very, very proud, not of the software that we build, but of the buildings and bridges and tunnels and retention walls and all of the other infrastructure projects that our customers build every day. So that's what I will try to focus on. And then, as I mentioned, we will talk a little bit about AI and technology in the end. So very, very brief glance. What are the solutions that we offer today? I will go one by one, and we will take a very quick look at what they do. But again, my colleagues will go in more detail across some of them. How do we organize those solutions? Well, as we mentioned before, we want to take design all the way to construction, right? So all the way to building that design. So we start, of course, with architecture. We don't oppose, and on the contrary, we are very happy to work with other design tools. We work together with Autodesk, including Revit, AutoCAD, other applications. We work with ArchiCAD. We work with Tekla. We work with a lot of solutions in the market. But of course, we offer conceptual design within our stack, right? Both for infrastructure with ALLPLAN Civil and buildings with ALLPLAN. From there, we go into structural analysis and design. You will hear tonight a little bit about SIA and Frilo. They are solutions that today cover the European and American market, but we want to bring them into India and Asia as well. So definitely in the next couple of months, you will hear a lot about them. Beyond that, we go into detailed design. And of course, as NC mentioned, a lot of you already know SDS2. It's one of the leading steel detailing solutions around the world. And within that process, it's not only about detailing, it's also about fabrication. Connecting that data from your project into CNC machinery and delivering all of those steel components on time, on site. And then we also deliver on construction. And here comes the first product that I want to show, that is the CDE, the glue that brings together all of the data across all of our products, that is called BIM+. So here's the space where you can connect your 3D model into 2D drawings, into different solutions from the market, visualize that data, invite different people to review that data, to collaborate in the design, to test the design, and to advance it through construction. So I will fly very quickly through this one. You have seen it before from NC, the full picture of the group, but this is what it looks like within the ALLPLAN solution stack. And let me jump straight into BIM+. So why are we starting with BIM+? Because we believe the biggest challenge of our industry is collaboration, is bringing people together into the same data, is to giving access of the right data to the right people at the right time. This is a still image, right? I could have started with a video, but this is an invitation, right? Over the next couple of hours, as we go and have a cocktail and eat, you guys will see there are a few iPads in the room. Please take the time to take a look at some of the models that are there. You will see that what BIM+ does is it brings all of the data from those models, including structural detailing, analysis, and all of the construction information about that model. And it enables the user to communicate on a fully web-based solution. That's why we brought some iPads to show you guys some of the projects we are very proud of. Infrastructure projects, building projects, and other types of projects. Maybe here's the time to also mention very quickly that it's not only about models, right? And a lot of our competitors will focus a lot on showing the models in a very nice rendering or visualization online. But it's also about drawings. We have a lot of our customers around Europe that use BIM+ to build their buildings. But they're not using only BIM+, they're also using Bluebeam. And here's one of the super cool things that we have just recently released, where you can connect all of your data from Bluebeam. So everything that you have in review, you can connect directly to BIM+. Not only connect and exchange data, but you can also overlay those 2D drawings into your 3D model. You can generate those 2D drawings from your 3D model. You can mark up those 2D drawings and then exchange that data with other people in the project. So the reality and what we are trying to build is an environment where it doesn't matter what do you want to work with. If it's 2D or 3D, we have the tools for both of them. And we want to make sure that our users choose what they want to work with. Going beyond the cloud and the collaboration piece, of course, ALLPLAN is the core solution. As I mentioned before, that was the original company founder of the Nemetschek group. What are we? We are a BIM platform. So we go all the way from modeling, but of course, as I mentioned before, conceptual design, detailing, structural, and all of the solutions that you would find for any type of building or any type of infrastructure around the world. What does it look like? A little bit like this. Of course, you can edit and change all of the interface of the product, adapt it to your workflow, adapt it to the way your company works, but this is a little bit of what it looks like. And as I mentioned before, we can do anything from small individual residential projects all the way to nuclear power plants. And we will show you some of those projects in a minute. Just 2 examples on ALLPLAN. One of them is a hospital in Germany, right? It's a clinic, actually, that we are very proud of because they built it fully digitally from day one. All of the requirements that they received from the owner-operator, which is an architectural firm that led the project, they already treated them fully digitally, inviting all of the stakeholders from the project within that CDE. It's a very nice project. We would love to share with you more details so you can actually read through the success of that project. Another one is a good example of Open BIM, right? Not only ALLPLAN, but also ArchiCAD, one of our sister products from within the Nemetschek group, part of the Graphisoft company, were used to design one of the largest stadiums in Hungary. And here, the whole comment from our customers, hey, it's not only about the tool, it's about the mindset. It's about bringing people together from different applications that they might be using for different steps and stages of that project. And here, I cannot repeat enough how different that is from some of the other solutions that are available in the market. Many of our competitors, as you know, believe that their solution stack is the only solution stack. And we believe in exactly the opposite. We believe in working together. And if your architects or some of the engineers that you work with want to work with Revit, we support it. We can bring that data into ALLPLAN and take that data forward and improve that workflow together with some of our competitors. Beyond BIM and beyond modeling, design, and detailing, as I mentioned before, we also have structural analysis. SIA is a solution that has been in the market for a number of years. It's a full 3D finite element method-based analysis tool. Here's what it looks like if you want to and you are interested. The good thing here is that we have a fully clean interface. It's a super intuitive solution. And structural analysis or engineers around the world have been using it for complex projects. This is a full 3D analysis tool, as I mentioned before. We are working together with NC and the team here in India to expand it to the Indian code. And if you are interested, please, let's talk about it tonight. Then we also have a solution that goes into each component within a project. Today, it's a very specific solution for Germany, but we are also growing that outside Germany into different markets. So you go into every beam, column, or different type of component within your project, and you can do different types of assessment, from fire safety to, as I mentioned before, structural analysis, to all of the different analysis that you would do in every one of those components. We also have a solution stack for soil analysis, right? Geotechnical engineering. That one for sure is one that already has a couple of customers in Asia, particularly here in India. And it's a solution that can do or can help users through the whole underground analysis and preparation for projects. A couple of projects that we would really like to share. One of them is this one in Antwerp. No, I lied, it's not in Antwerp, it's in Meerstad in the Netherlands, which, as you see, is fully timber, structural timber, right, which is one of the things that we are very proud of. It's one of the very few solutions that can do structural analysis of timber. Then, beyond that, we will hear a lot tonight about ALLPLAN Civil. That is our solution stack for any infrastructure type of project that is available in the market. So tunnels, dams, bridges, and you will hear a lot more from my colleague Gregor about it, but I would just like to share a quick picture. What do we do there? We connect design, modeling of bridges, tunnels, dams, retention walls, into analysis, into construction, detailing, and fabrication of the components for those projects. We have many different projects. We will talk a lot tonight about Yüksel, one of our big customers. They build bridges across Turkey, but also different parts of the world. Here's just one example in Azerbaijan of Shusha Bridge. Here, of course, is just a rendering of that bridge, but you will see all of the different components of that project with my colleague in a second. Another one, and I love this one, it's very near to my heart, is a bridge between Turkey and Greece. They call it the Bridge of Friendship, right? And it was built using all of our solution stacks. So ALLPLAN Civil, ALLPLAN BIM+, and you will also see some of the other deliverables to deliver that project in a few minutes. Very quickly, as I mentioned before, ALLPLAN goes beyond modeling and conceptual design. It goes into structural detailing, not only for residential buildings, but all the way to extremely complex buildings. The example that we have here is from EDF, the Électricité de France, one of the largest energy solution providers around the world. And this is EPR2. It's a new generation of nuclear power plants that are being built in Europe. And this is fully detailed using ALLPLAN. So we have other energy customers around the world that are using ALLPLAN, and of course we are really looking forward to working in some of the projects here in India as well. Very quickly, the other part of ALLPLAN is construction. So you'll find all the groundworks, construction, modeling, and detailing for projects also available in ALLPLAN. You don't need add-ons, you don't need separate solutions. That is all part of ALLPLAN. So all of the cut and cover, all of the different groundwork solutions that you need within your project, you can do it directly in ALLPLAN. Of course, also all of your prefabrication workflows, you can also do directly with ALLPLAN, including your formwork planning and all of your formwork, not only for precast concrete, but also for the site. SDS2, I'll jump very quickly because David will tell us everything about it, and many of you guys already know about it. But SDS2 is the market-leading solution for structural design of steel connections, but also detailing, fabrication, and of course construction. Beyond that, we also have solutions for precast concrete, as I mentioned earlier, extremely similar to SDS2, but in this space, fully connected already with ALLPLAN, so you can take your building or infrastructure project, convert it fully into precast concrete components, take that to your factory, plan all of your fabrication of those components, manage the delivery of those components, and make sure that you are building it on time. We will hear later about precast girder bridges. We know it's one of the most common types of bridges in India as well. It's one of the outcomes that can be achieved working with ALLPLAN today. As I mentioned, ALLPLAN Precast goes way beyond just design. It also fully automates the detailing process. And you will see a lot of the outputs that we can generate with our solutions today, but as you know from SDS2, Precast generates highly detailed fabrication and construction ready drawings. We have great examples, but I am running out of time. I got too excited talking about the projects. So I just wanted to finish with the future, right? So we're still good on time. We are building the future of the AEC industry today, and we want to build that with you. We want your trust, and C mentioned earlier, but it's very important that everybody understands that for us, AI will only be successful if you can trust it. And to trust it, you have to be part of building it. If we are asking your data to build AI, we want to share that AI with you. We want you to be able to monetize the data that you have generated with your projects. And this is the exact opposite of what some of our competitors are building today, which is an AI that will collect your data, create a product, and they will take it to market. Here, we will co-innovate. We will do it together. What does it look like, right? What do we want to build? What do we believe AI will bring to the AEC industry? And of course, we believe in design optimization with AI. We believe in helping architects and engineers deliver those projects a lot faster than they can do today. But we are trying to build an AI that helps today, right? Not that takes away jobs, but that augments the capacity of our engineers and architects. So what does it look like? Well, first and foremost is about accessing data, right? I will show you very quickly what our chatbot looks like, which is a piece of technology that helps our users answer questions about their projects and find data. We also believe and are building in a very short term a platform to collect and connect that data across the different people in the project. Of course, Gen AI is a big part of it, so generating images, but also starting to generate drawings and other types of outputs based on what you have done before. So learning from architects and engineers. And then the last one, as I mentioned, where we really want to go is optimizing the design, helping architects and engineers deliver better projects. And all of us know we have built many different bridges, many different buildings, and a lot of the data that we create, we waste. We go and start from scratch every time. And what we are trying to do, what we want to work with you on, is to use AI to learn from those projects and to help you deliver those projects faster. What does it look like? We love showing some images. We just released, over the past couple of months, our AI visualizer. And this literally, for interior or exterior of projects, takes something like this. So very, very dumb geometry or low-level geometry and conceptual design into this, right?
It's not that nice.
Only by defining some basic prompts. What am I trying to design? And what does it do? It helps architects and designers be creative. You can tell the AI that you want a building in a specific type of style or a specific type of architecture, or you can reference different architects around the world, different regions, different environments, and literally you can generate hundreds or thousands of variations of that design in minutes. How does it do it? Well, we can talk about technology. I know I don't have much time. I want to open up for some questions as well. But hey, there's a denoising process. It self-learns, it reviews the image, it collects and compares with what is available. We do use some of the different engines that are available in the market, but it literally takes this. This is in ALLPLAN, right? Which is a simple 2D view of a 3D model. And with the prompts, it will give this. But the one that we are super excited about, that we are taking to market right now, is our chatbot, right? So this is what it looks like today, and we can give you guys access tonight and in the next couple of weeks. And what it does is you can ask any questions to it. It is trained in all of our documentation, in all of our code, our APIs, the examples, and all of the different workflows that have been delivered in the past. And it will go and answer your questions based on all of that information. You can ask, how do I do this in this product? How do I do that? But beyond this first workflow, you can also send documents to our chatbot. You can share documents with all of the different components in a building and ask it to filter, organize, or restructure the data on those documents for you. You can ask it to code for you. You can ask it to tell you what are the guidance for a specific market. Which different documents do you need to approve a project in a specific market? And again, it's very early, right? We have been building it up for a couple of months. We took it to market, and now we need you, right, to test it and help us evolve it. But this is what we are aiming at, right? Is taking that chatbot directly into your modeling workflow. So if you're an architect or an engineer, you're using that solution every day, and you can ask questions when you need help, right? And it's your new colleague from work that will help you go through that project a lot faster and deliver results a lot faster. So, sorry for taking too long. That was a little bit about ALLPLAN and a little bit about where we are going. And now, if we have a minute or two for some questions.
Yeah, of course we do, and of course it's not every day that you will get Mr. Eduardo over here, so it's a great opportunity to ask questions. But just a quick update, we only have space and bandwidth for 3 questions. I'm sure you have more queries. Sir, we'll take your question, yes, 100%, but yes, sir, your question as well we'll take. Can I please have the mic passed to him over here, and then we can give the mic to him. Every session maximum, we can accommodate around 3 questions. I'm sure you have more questions. The networking zone will be open after that, so all the questions which remain pending, you can please feel free to ask in the networking zone. Please start with sir. Then you can go to him, and then you can go to him. Please give the mic to sir first. Yeah.
I am sure it would take a little bit of time, but I just wanted to check. Have you guys got into looking at the national building codes? Because now that you're announcing India, have you taken a look at the national building code? Has the co-pilot been given? Because that data is available in open plenty. Yeah?
Absolutely, and it's a great question. So what we did with the current version of the chatbot is we took all of the different national building codes from the countries where we currently operate, and we trained that based on that data. So you can ask that chatbot today, I'm building a school in Paris. Which codes do I need to apply? And what do I need to think about when I'm building that specific type of building? And that will come up not only with the answer, but also with the references to where to find which codes you have to follow. Of course, there's a lot more that we are going through in terms of structural analysis, right? I'm sure you all heard about the Eurocode and all of the different annexes in each of the countries and all of the different variations of those annexes in every state or city in some of the countries like the UK or Germany. But what we are doing is training the model on how to learn all of those. So whenever there is a change in that code, we can just apply that change and propagate that change through the project. But it's work in progress, right? As we mentioned before, we don't want to oversell to the market that today you can just tell the AI, hey, give me a building. No. Today you can ask the AI, hey, I'm building a building in Chennai or Hyderabad. Can you help me go through the codes that I need to worry about? Can you help me detail or write some of the reports that I need for that specific project? Those are the types of prompts that we are training our AI today to do. So really help the users on the short term. But let's discuss more later. It's a great topic.
Thank you so much, sir, for the question. Thank you so much for the answer. Can I please have the mic passed on to him? And I'm sorry, I see more hands being raised, but I mean, I really don't have an option. We can only accommodate 3 questions. Yeah. Just pass on the mic to sir, and then I'll come to you. Yeah. I believe he has the mic already, so sir, you can start, and then we'll come to you, sir, after this. Done. Yeah, please feel free to ask your question.
First of all, wonderful presentation, Eduardo. Love it. But I just have one query. Like India is moving towards the green energy goal by 2047. We are doing a lot of, I see wonderful structures, buildings, and bridges, industrial park. You are eco-conscious, the word which attracted me, frankly speaking. But are those also green energy or energy efficient buildings? What are any examples you can?
Absolutely, that's a great question. It's one of the areas of super focus of the Nemetschek group and ALLPLAN. So today you can take all of the BIM data from your ALLPLAN project, and you can both organize it, query, and create all of your reporting out of it to generate a carbon assessment of that building. You can integrate that with some of the tools that are available in the market, like one-click LCA, also some new entrants like Preoptima that will generate all of the optimization of that building. And we believe, of course, that AI will also help within that process, right? And we go even beyond just the carbon that is specific for that building, but also optimize that design based on structural and other limitations within that space. So yes, we would love to show you some of those workflows. We can share some of the projects that we have both done carbon assessment and optimization based on different standards. And but it's a great topic. It's something that we really see a lot of our customers working a lot more on is not only delivering the project, but making it more sustainable. And it's something that has been done already, both in the US and Europe and here in Asia across multiple projects.
Thank you so much, sir, for the question. Thank you so much for the answer. I'll request you to please direct your question to Mr. Eduardo.
Hello. Hi. My name is Ashish. I'm an architect. So speaking of design to build, so does this platform has any real-time construction monitoring feature? So the construction on site can be monitored and help the contractor and architect to analyze that their design implemented on site as planned on BIM model?
That's a great question. There are multiple ways of doing it. The one that we propose the most is that during the construction phase, of course, you have to be very flexible on access to that data. So we believe in iPads and smartphones to do it, not only on offline data, right? And that's why BIM Plus, which you guys will see on iPads in a minute as we go out of the room, is a way to connect all of that data between the designer, the architect, the structural engineer, the fabricator, and the construction site. You will see that in every project, you can select any component within that project, and you can expand it, review the data, create your bill of materials, your quantities. You can even push that for new structural analysis. You can add all of your issues, communicate with other people within that workflow or within that project that you're delivering. And all of that, of course, you can track that data through the whole life cycle of the project. You can create reports. You can push different requests for information, RFIs, or different types of information across the whole process. So that is our solution for that. Besides that, of course, we have, and David will tell us a little bit more about that on the prefabrication side, load planning and construction and site planning for different types of materials. And the answer is yes, right? We definitely want to pull that thread across the whole project. So thank you very much, everyone.
Hi.
Sorry if it was a little bit
One last
long.
question, please.
Oh.
Yeah, one last question.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks, it's a nice presentation. Just I would like to ask some questions on AI. Have you used AI in any real-time project where from concept to construction has been employed? If you throw some light, it would be great.
Yes, ALLPLAN has been used in many projects all the way from concept to construction, right? Was that the question? I'm not sure if I...
Yeah, and what is the cycle time reduction further for it?
I get you, okay. Not yet, right? So AI today is very focused on some of those areas that we were mentioning before, right? On earlier stages and conceptual design, all the way to finding information and supporting the user through that information about the project. And of course, what we are working on right now is learning from the steps that our users are doing, either on the modeling or on the detailing side, to then, of course, deliver results to the customer. But as I mentioned before, we cannot do that alone. We have to do that with you, with the industry, right? With the customers, because you have the data and the projects and the know-how on how to do it. And of course, we need to do that together. So if it is something you are interested on, we are definitely interested in discussing how to do it and what is the best way to address the market with that.
Thank you so much, sir, for that question. Thank you so much to you for all the answers and that wonderful presentation. Can I please have a huge round of applause for Mr. Eduardo over here, all the way from London, definitely winning hearts over here in India with that fantastic presentation. Request you to please take your seat. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure everybody is enjoying every bit of the insight and knowledge that's been shared over here. But there's another update which you all need to be aware of, which is not just for your information. At the end of this event, you all are having some wonderful chances for getting some goodies as well from today's event. So we all will be asked certain interesting questions about whatever is being disseminated over here in terms of information. And the best answers over here, trust me when I say this, they get some interesting goodies as well right at the end after the event. So thank you so much. And on that note, it's my humble pleasure and honor to invite our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a visual story on the fully integrated solution for seamless design to build workflows. May I please request Mr. Jad, Director of Products from ALLPLAN, to please join me over here on stage. Give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the very special second presentation. Thank you. And it's over to you now. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. I'm super happy to be here today with you to discuss really how can we start building tomorrow today. Yes, because building tomorrow starts actually today. And I'm super excited as well because it's my first time that I come to India. I traveled, so I'm based in France. I arrived on Saturday, and since I arrived, I was really amazed because we just had yesterday actually with the team visiting around Mumbai and just witnessing all these infrastructures, amazing infrastructure, amazing bridges that are being built. It's really, we were all like really amazed about how much projects are being underway. Of course, we all know that there's an amazing path. We talked a little bit as well about Vision 2047, but Vision 2047 starts actually now. And we can see that already within the numbers. India is already the third largest country for the construction market in the world, behind China and the US. And it has the highest growth rate actually for infrastructure projects. So we can see that India is already the country with the highest growth rate for infrastructure projects. I'm not gonna talk a lot about that, NC and Eduardo covered that of course, but I am going to talk about the fact that with these amazing opportunities that are ahead of us comes as well challenges. They were discussed as well by NC and Eduardo, so I will try not to bore you a lot with the challenges that you face. I think you are all here to talk about solutions, and that's how we can address these challenges, but mainly here, what are we all facing in the industry? So we witness increasing complexity. All projects have more and more complexity in them. On one side, you don't, it's highly populated areas, so building anything new is already challenging enough. Plus also multiple factors that will go into play when we're already designing our structures. From sustainability to also safety factors and many other factors as well go into play. And that doesn't make it any easier. Second thing is cost optimization and shorter deadlines. We saw the numbers, so here in my slide it was 80% above budget, but in some cases it can go up even more. Of course, this is an average globally, and I don't think that in India it's any different. I think we're all in the same here. And not only at 80% are above budget, but 25% are actually not on time, not finished on schedule. And this number can significantly increase depending on the area and the region, of course. But it's very challenging to be able to meet the deadline that is set. And more, the deadline we see that it's shorter and shorter because, of course, with all the traffic jams that are actually resulting from the construction, we would tend to, as well, like to have the construction phase shorter and shorter. Another challenge is tracking modifications. So projects are subject to frequent modifications, always. And it's crucial to always be able to track these modifications. Always make sure that we are using really the latest data, latest model, latest revision. That's really important and very crucial in the project life cycle. Of course, all these challenges, are amplified actually by the lack of coordination. We have different disciplines normally involved in every project. Each discipline have their sometimes own model, own ways of working in silos, not coordinating. This, of course, leads to more errors, more room of errors, and of course, more delays. Plus, of course, many other challenges. But let's not talk about all these challenges now, and let's talk about how can ALLPLAN help you today build India's future. So we already mentioned, I think, with the raise of hand, like who here knows ALLPLAN, but ALLPLAN is a multidiscipline solution. So it's a solution that will really cover your whole life cycle. So it's really a global BIM solution that is used across the world, and that can handle all types of projects. So you can see in one model here really all types of projects, depending on different level of details as well in the project. So you can have your bridges, but also simple buildings to complex buildings as well. And you can see all that in one really project as well. From water facilities like you see here to also roads, all of that in one project you can handle in ALLPLAN as well. So why ALLPLAN? As I said, it's one software solution. It's suitable for all your needs and all disciplinaries. It can handle small, but also highly complex projects. And we're going to see a little bit with some real case studies, because I believe that we can talk about features all the time, but in 30 minutes we don't have enough time. We're going to see really real case stories, and I'm going to highlight in these real case stories why ALLPLAN was beneficial in these projects. But to sum it up, really, you can easily process large-scale model quickly and securely without any loss. Maybe by a raise of hand here, how many here is handling reinforcement detailing still in 2D drawings? Don't be shy, you can raise your hand, it's okay. Okay, and in full 3D? Okay, so there are some who didn't raise their hand, but I can guess that it's split. ALLPLAN's the benefit is that it really allows you to work the way you want. So you can handle 2D if you want to work in full in 2D, but you can also work in full 3D and BIM model. And that's really the beauty of ALLPLAN, that it can adapt to the workflow that fits best your project. Because NC mentioned it, no two projects are the same. We adapt to the workflow that you need, and it fits the best really to these needs. Plus, another advantage is productive cloud collaboration. We talked about BIM Plus. I will not talk too much about it. There are also amazing other features. One thing is you can quickly get started with ALLPLAN, so the onboarding phase is much quicker than a competitor solution. It has a superior quality deliverables, and here when we talk about German quality, of course, it's also there with the drawings, and we're going to see that as well. But it's also the feature that I will highlight a lot in my presentation is precise 3D modeling for reinforcement, especially. So we saw screenshots about ALLPLAN. Of course, here you can see that we have different views. You have your 2D views, and you have different 3D views. All this is customizable. You can change the views however fits your needs. But why I chose this view in particular, because we all know that we spend a lot of time detailing reinforcements, and we spend also a lot of time doing bar bending schedule. And ALLPLAN, the bar bending schedule is dynamic. With one click, we can actually have the bar bending schedule from our model. We can easily track and view any reinforcement in the model based on the mark number as well. So everything is really automatically linked. We're going to see that a little bit later on in another video. And we can also, from these views, create easily drawings that are also automatically updated when we make changes. So when we talk about, if you go back to the challenge, tracking modifications, when we talk about how important it is to be always using the latest model, latest revision, and having our drawings updated, because at the end, there's no way around having the deliverables, the drawings. ALLPLAN makes sure that you always are using the latest drawings with the updated model. Another feature is area reinforcement. So here, for example, we can easily create in a few clicks area reinforcement in ALLPLAN, so automatically detecting the shape of our slab and our opening. We have easily the possibility as well to add spacing and the different diameters, for example. And of course, if we have different shapes for the hooks, we're also able to add the hooks as well to fit our projects. We can do that in both directions, of course. We can see that in the match feature. We can have also as well in the same direction. So we're going to do it again here in this video for the other slab, and just specifically to show you another type of representation. Actually, it shows that at ALLPLAN, it really can adapt to the best representation that fits your need. Another cool thing as well in ALLPLAN is our Python parts. So here we're going to use the Python parts, which are here built in our solutions, custom Python parts that will detect automatically the opening. So you can see the reinforcement being placed around the openings automatically. And if we zoom in, you can see all the level of details always linked to the 3D model. So you can see that we worked in 2D, but we always have the 3D representation of our model. So 2D and 3D are always linked as well. If we talked about bar bending schedule before, we can see here that in just a few clicks, we can have all the reinforcement that is in our project in our bar bending schedule. Of course, the color coding is customizable, so we can choose either to color code it by bar diameters or mark number. We can also easily create our 3D reinforcement that will adapt to any kinds of shape. So within a few clicks, we are able to create a surface, a reinforcement along a path, or any types of surface. We can handle 3D freeform modeling. So, of course, we talked about the complexity of the projects. More and more projects are complex. So we can easily create any types of shape for precisely even the most complex of them. We mentioned a little bit the views and section. So with ALLPLAN, it's easy to use views and section. We can easily create views and section from our 3D model. What is important of them, it's all linked and live. So whenever we do any modification, and we're going to see it as well later on, it's immediately changed in all our drawings that are linked to that section. So now to the, not that before it was not interesting, but to the more real cases actually that I wanted to talk to you about. So how did ALLPLAN transform actually key infrastructure projects around the world? And I'm going to focus here mainly on 4, with at the end 1 recent success stories that I'm personally very proud of. So let's start with the Tamina Bridge. So Tamina Bridge is a bridge, it's an arch bridge in Switzerland. It's the largest arched bridge in Switzerland, with an arch span of 265 meters. The construction time was around 4 years. And it was a very challenging project. And they needed ALLPLAN really to be able to study the feasibility of the project, to understand a little bit how are we going to really build this kind of projects. So one of the features that they used actually on ALLPLAN is the ability to really model the construction stages. So they really used ALLPLAN to understand a little bit the feasibility. How will the model be constructed? And they were able to do that with like these temporary structures that you see here, building the arch span first, and then, of course, building the deck. So that's what they started with. And they used really ALLPLAN to be able to simulate all these different possibilities that they had and to choose the most efficient one. So why ALLPLAN? Why did they choose ALLPLAN, and how ALLPLAN helped in this project? On one side, to really be able to make sure that the feasibility of the project is okay. On the second side as well, the 3D modeling for precision. So we can see here from different screenshots that I have, the level of details that you're able to see from the reinforcement was able to allow them to really detect clashes beforehand for the projects to really finish on time. And if we go to another project, which is a dry dock in Amman. So it's 2 gigantic dry docks at the port of Oman. It looks simple, but it's a very huge project, actually. So we're talking about, I think, the 40 meters here, and the thickness of the walls is more than 2 meters thick. So it's highly there's a lot of requirements in this project. There was a tight construction schedule, but also a severe need for a good tool for collaboration, for coordination. And I'm going to talk a little bit later on why was that important as well for the project. So initially, they wanted to use ALLPLAN only for the 3D model. They said that, OK, we have our 2D drawings. We can create 2D drawings on other tools like AutoCAD. But we're going to do only the 3D model in ALLPLAN just to be able to understand a little bit how the reinforcement is, to be able to extract as well some quantities, because ALLPLAN has the ability to extract quantities precisely, and to avoid any clashes that will happen on site. That plus using a cloud and BIM+, they were able to communicate as well with the ground team, the construction team, to be able to really understand better the model. They also chose ALLPLAN because of the building structure. So the building structure in ALLPLAN allows you to really structure the model the way you want it to look like, or you want to see it. So here, for example, we can see that they structure each wall segment separately. And although it looks simple and the same, it's not at all repetitive. So it's not really the same wall segment that was along the road, along the wall. It was really different for each segment because the connection changed. And there were certain details that change from one segment to another. And that ALLPLAN helped them in order to really be able to coordinate and be able to really look at every level of detail. Once they built the 3D model, they thought that, okay, let's invest a little bit more time to have the drawings and see. And they quickly noticed that actually with the drawing quality of ALLPLAN and the sections and views that are in ALLPLAN, they were able to have all the details that they would wanted in a drawing immediately and with much less time needed, for example, compared to any starting, for example, the 2D drawings from scratch in another tool. So to sum it up, why did they choose ALLPLAN? I'm going to highlight two, maybe three reasons. One, detailed precision and avoiding clashes. So ALLPLAN has great features with clash management that allows us to detect clashes. Two, drawings capabilities. So ALLPLAN's drawing capabilities has allowed, for example, to the team to be able to really have all the information needed and made sure that the model is built on time. And third, the third thing I'm going to highlight is collaboration across continent, because the designers were in Korea and they were able to really work on one project at the same time. So when we talk about one single source of truth, ALLPLAN was able to provide that for them. People working in Korea and others in Oman, all working on the same projects, same files, instantly, and making sure that always everyone was working on the latest updated model. Another bridge, which I'm going to talk quickly about, is the Versamer-Tobel bridge, another bridge also in Switzerland. Switzerland builds a lot of bridges. It's a post-tension concrete bridge as well. They mainly chose ALLPLAN for the quality, again, for the drawings. So all these drawings are generated from ALLPLAN. Even though we see them as a 2D drawings, like still drawings, the highlight of it is that it's all generated from the 3D model that was created in ALLPLAN, using a feature that I will show later on, which is a section along curve. And again, the point that is important, making sure that every single level of detail is in the drawing is important and it's crucial, and ALLPLAN allowed for that, making sure that any changes that we have is reflected immediately in the drawings. So how ALLPLAN helped this project? Of course, the project, again, was a success and built on time. And tackling a steep and complex terrain. So ALLPLAN, they used the digital terrain model, actually, in ALLPLAN, which I believe my colleague will show later on. They were able also to show the complete environment of that is surrounding the bridge as well. Jumping to another model, which is, Ramon has a nice story about it, but I'm not going to tell it now. So the flyover in the Netherlands. So it was a very complex project. It's 11 span. It's made of 11 spans. It's just 2 lanes, so it's not big in terms of maybe we have bigger bridges, but it's 11 spans, highly complex, double curved bridges, post-tension bridge. And the construction timeline was very tight. So it was tight because there was a lot of traffic in that area. I think Ramon definitely had to bear with the traffic that was generated in that place, but it was built, and I'm going to talk about it. So how ALLPLAN helped them build it really again on time. So first of all, let me highlight views and section. I talked about it a lot before, but here, so maybe a good thing to know is that before they started the project, they did a little bit of investment, and they so that was an initial study that was done where they actually built a 2D section of the bridge. They did just a test, and they redid, for example, a section generated from ALLPLAN's 3D model in a click, and we can see, for example, that it matches perfectly the 2D drawing that they have actually created beforehand. Just to compare, the 2D section took them around 6 hours to be able to do it to the level of details. Doing it with ALLPLAN, they were able, for example, to do it in around 15 minutes. So we're talking about 25 times faster doing it using the BIM, entirely BIM workflow. When we talk about drawings, was never easier and safer as well for them. So it was, again, a BIM project. They wanted to model everything in 3D. But as you can see in ALLPLAN, the 2D model and 3D model are not separated. So when I said that you can work the way you wanted, it's really all linked together. So we can see whenever I select a bar in 2D, in the 2D section, it's also selected and highlighted in 3D. So it's 2D and 3D are really integrated within ALLPLAN. There is no separation between them. When we select them, we can as well change the bar. So we can see also the bars in the object palette as well, and we can recognize the mark number 9, which is we can see as well in the section view. And we can see that we have here 5 diameters, 20. This is reflected in any types of section as well. So if we have other section of this foundation, it will also reflect the same number, same mark number, and this is all generated automatically within ALLPLAN. So this is not really manually done, this is automatically done. If we change the number of bars as well, we can see that automatically our 3D model is updated along with all the sections that are as well linked to that one, and we can see the section that was created also on the top also being updated. So don't just meet the deadline, but you should also beat them. And why I wanted to highlight this project, because in this project they did not just meet the deadline. They actually finished the project on budget and before its time. So they were able to deliver it 4 months, if I'm not mistaken, 4 months ahead of time. All thanks to ALLPLAN. And when they started with ALLPLAN, they wanted to do it, it was the first time that they used ALLPLAN on a full BIM cycle. So they really used it from when we talk about design to build, they used it from design to build. They started as a test phase. They wanted to see if it will really be productive and it will allow them to win time. And of course, it speaks for itself. Finishing it before time definitely is already proof enough that using ALLPLAN is the solution to be able to finish projects on time and on budget. I'm gonna we're good on time, so I'm gonna share a quote here from as well the head of BIM at Movares. So Movares is a company in the Netherlands, and they were actually the one that built this project. So we share a vision with Nemetschek, end-to-end planning with a joint building model using building information modeling. And with that, we move to a recent success story. So EDF, Eduardo mentioned it a little bit before. So I'm proud of this story, not because I'm from France, but because it's really an amazing project. And it really was a project that was awarded to us after really multiple years testing and benchmarking other solutions. I'm going to talk about the whole process there. Of course, what I can talk about, I will talk about here. So maybe a little bit the project. So this is all public information here. So you know that France is investing heavily in the nuclear sector. There's already approved 6 new nuclear power plants, so for what we call EPR2, so European Pressurized Reactor 2, second generation of it. So 6 are already approved, 8 are also being discussed, so they are not yet voted by the government, but 8 are also going to be approved as well. And this all leads to France's nuclear strategy and carbon neutrality goals by 2050. So it's a very strategical project for France. And of course, EDF is the company that is responsible for this. And when they started this project, they had a need. So they witnessed that there is a lot of loss of information using different models. That they lose a lot of time really comparing different revisions, different models from different disciplines. And it was really taking a lot of time and a lengthy process, which is not something that they can replicate. When we talk about building 6 new reactors, they really wanted something that can allow them to really streamline the whole process. So they wanted really to change from the silos way that they're working to going to really one trusted model, one model where we can really focus on and really trust. So they started a lengthy process. They noticed that, okay, we should get away from the tools that we used before. I'm not going to mention what were those tools, you know them. But we need to adapt in open BIM technology. And they, of course, benchmarked all the solutions out there. So you name it, they benchmarked it, of course. We all know the names. They benchmarked all the solutions. They did the first selection. And with that selection, they did a test project. And at the end, of course, you get where I'm going. ALLPLAN was awarded with a 20 years contract. Of course, this is EDF that we're talking about, but this is the other big news is that it's not only EDF, but it's the whole ecosystem. So all the subcontractors that are around EDF are also forced to use ALLPLAN and have to use ALLPLAN as well. And we have already amazing feedback from all the team and the stakeholders involved in that project. So why did they choose ALLPLAN? They chose ALLPLAN because it's an integrated BIM solution. It's the solution that really allows them to have one single source of truth. It is powerful, so it's one single source of truth. Of course, we have other tools that can be one single source of truth when we collect different data, but it's a solution that has one single source of truth while keeping as well in mind that it is the precision for reinforcement detailing. So that's something that really they wanted as well. Advanced reinforcement detailing capabilities, and when benchmarked to other solutions, ALLPLAN really was unique in that as well. Another important thing is, of course, the clash detection and management. So thanks to ALLPLAN's capabilities of clash detection and management that will allow them to really detect any errors before it goes to site. And that was, of course, for them a major requirement. And a proven track record. So ALLPLAN has already a proven track record for large-scale projects. And that was already also a reassurance thing for EDF as well when deciding to go for ALLPLAN. So we have seen a little bit the solution. Of course, we can talk hours, I think, and I'm here. But today, I want to really encourage you as well to, most of you didn't know maybe ALLPLAN before. I want to really call to you today that, as I said, if I come back to the first slide, like building tomorrow really starts today. And be really, let's say, dare to change the way that you have been working. Dare to change and use really solutions like ALLPLAN, a solution like ALLPLAN that would really streamline all your process and will really change the fit well into the whole design to build workflow and allow you to really have your drawings quality, the drawing quality that you want, linked directly from a 3D model with all the requirements that are needed, and making sure that you will always have the latest information in your deliverables. That was it, right on time. Any questions? I don't know. Yeah.
I'll open the floor for questions. Can I please have the mic passed to sir? And we'll take 3 questions, and then the remaining questions we can take forward in the networking zone. Thank you.
Directly come to the question. So I see concrete is working great with the reinforcement. Now the question is, when MEP work is there, so let's say in a building you have concrete wall and duct are passing through that. That is where we have to cut out there, okay, ducts and pipes. So what do you have any solution for that in your program already built in?
We have solutions, of course, within ALLPLAN. I focused through on reinforcement detailing, but there is solutions that we can show as well, ducts, or integrate them through IFC.
Okay, why I'm bringing this topic, because I'm a core Autodesk user. So what is happening, I am finding that Autodesk actually selling those products to us, the base product. But these type of solution, which is the real life solution, we have to buy another tools for that. So what is your company's plan for that? Are you going to go in the same path, or you gonna put into your product as well, so that we do not need to spend money to the other product as well to integrate both together? So what's your thought about it?
We really want to cover the entire design to build workflow. So when we mention design to build workflow, we really want to plan all of it from design to build. And I agree with you that MEP is something that is addressed, and there is a solution, I believe, within the Nemetschek stack, probably with our sister brand, that also covers that part. So I think if you talk with the colleagues here, there's already a solution. So the whole Nemetschek is able to address these solutions.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that question. We have space for 2 more questions. Do we have any hand raises?
In the back
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, and I believe gentleman over there also raised his hand, right? So yeah, any more questions? Apologies, but then we have to fit into the time mentioned, so yeah.
Yeah, thanks, nice presentation.
Thank you.
Can you throw some light on the detailing? How much time it takes for a building or a bridge, no? So when you do 2D versus 3D, how much detailing?
I gave the example just on one, which was the flyover bridge in the Netherlands, and that was a sample that was done. So they took a 2D section that was generated before, and it took them 6 hours versus 15 minutes when, of course, doing the 3D model. Of course, they had to build the 3D model, but overall, during the whole length of the project, they noticed a significantly increase of time.
No, if you do directly on 3D, how much time it would take?
I cannot hear.
Sorry?
The entire model.
Entire model, yes. Entire model.
Building it. I don't have really the right number, so I don't want to say something that is a lot or not too much. But all I can say that it's in all these projects and many others, and my colleague as well will share some other projects himself. Overall, when we invest time in building we invest time doing the 2D drawings, right? So when we do that in a 3D model, having the possibility to have 3D and 2D drawings that are linked, that alone is already a significant boost of time. But I'm sorry, I cannot put a number there. But in all the real cases that we see, we always see that it's always a significant boost in productivity.
Let me take just a couple of things. So what I suggest that if you look into the comparison, you have to compare with an apple to apple. If you're going to continue with as it is, if it's a 2D drawing, okay, now you have to compare that if I'm going to continue with a 2D drawing, considering then the number of revision comes, and then you have to change every time the drawings comes in, compared to when you do it the 3D model on that and the automatic drawings comes up. There, if you can compare, you will find a significant time saving on that.
No, I know the advantages part of it, because in our organization, I want to discontinue 2D, okay? I want to encourage all my guys to do in 3D only. So roughly, I want to check when I do a drawing in 2D, how much time it takes vis-a-vis drawing developed directly in 3D.
This is where I'm saying that if you continue to do on 2D, you have to keep in mind that no project is going to be first complete. Every time there is going to be revision comes in. So when there is a revision comes in, you need to change the 2D drawings manually. So there's a huge lot of time consuming in there. But if you do it in the 3D from the beginning, you change the 3D model, you get automatically reflection on the drawing itself. So significantly near about a 50% I can say, roughly depending on what complex the models are. So in between 40 to 50% you will be able to save time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have bandwidth for one more question.
Hi, I'm asking a question on his behalf. My name is Ashish Huda. I'm an architect.
Yeah.
So as we have a software Dynamo in Autodesk to write scripts for customized solutions for automation in Revit model production, like repetitive tasks we do in sheet production. So is there any AI solution in your product to do customized work or automated repetitive tasks in sheet production?
Yes. So I mentioned that briefly, just because of time. So we do have, first of all, we do have parametric modeling on one side. Eduardo also mentioned that briefly, but we also have an API. We have Python scripts, which helps you automate repetitive tasks. So we used it only on I used it briefly to showcase, for example, how we place reinforcement around openings, but that can be adapted by anyone, and we can add really any customizable, anything that is repetitive, we can customize it as well using our API and Python parts. Yes.
Thank you so much for that question. Thank you so much, Mr. Jad. Huge honor. Please give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for that fantastic presentation. Thank you so much to Nirmala sir as well for his inputs in between. Ladies and gentlemen, next we will be having a panel discussion, but prior to that, I have an important announcement to make. My colleagues over here at Nemetschek Group, they have their iPads over here for a fascinating experience for all of you. So they're moving the iPads around, so please feel free to get hold of the experience and iPad promise you, you're going to be loving every bit of it. And in the meantime, I'll request my friends over here to please get the chairs on the stage to get the panel ready. And then in the meantime, what you all can do is please enjoy the experience that you're going to be seeing in the iPads. I promise you it's going to be very, very helpful. And like I said, it's all about attention at the end of the day. So once the event ends, we are going to be giving away goodies to people over here. So of course, there will be questions based on whatever has been presented over here. So of course, your attention is going to be very, very critical over there. And of course, who doesn't want gifts? Of course, everybody, we all do love gifts. So in the meantime, when my friends over here get the panel sorted, please feel free to enjoy the experience of the iPads that are around you to understand more about BIM. Can we please do this a little faster, if I may request? I'll help you if needed. Come. We'll do it quickly because we're running out of time. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the iPads for your reference over here. My colleagues over here are there for your assistance. So please feel free to ask for the iPads and understand more about what we need to expect going forward. All right, in the meantime, we talked about the goodies as well. So I've got an input from the person who matters the most. What I'm going to do is, we talked about attentiveness, and we talked about questions, and we talked about goodies. So what we are going to be doing is, we have a fun twist attached to this. We're going to be asking the questions, two very simple questions, and two very simple questions. The person with the best answer, the person with the quickest answer, they get the goodies. So the first question is, ladies and gentlemen, everybody over here, what is, and trust me, you cannot really shout, you have to raise your hand. You have to raise your hand first and then answer. The correct answer gets the goodie bag. So the first question is very simple, everybody, I can see from your smiling faces. What is the headquarters of Nemetschek Group? Sir, raise your hand first.
In India or global? Germany.
Okay. Please give him a big round of applause. I know simple stuff, but then simple stuff sometimes comes very difficult. So we have our first winner for the goodie over here. And ladies and gentlemen, like I truly believe there's no taxes when it comes to appreciation, right? Can we please clap a lot louder for sir? That's what it is. And he's very happy as well with that, huh? All right. So we'll quickly move to another question, which is connected, in fact, to the experience that you all are having right now before the panel. The iPads are being distributed over here for your experience. Ladies and gentlemen, what is the cloud platform for that? Sir has raised up. I'm going to be running to sir for your answer.
Portal.BIM Plus.
Can we give him a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Simple stuff, but then credible stuff. This is where brisk pace comes into play. So let's have the goodies, please. So we were all genuine with the goodies. Huh? We were not fibbing just for the sake of it. Sir, this is yours. Please, can we have you posing for the shutters over here? And let's clap and appreciate. I'm pretty sure, when photos are taken and people are appreciating, wo jo smile hota hai, that smile widens up a lot more. Thank you. Please, thank you. And moving to our second winner. Sir, over here. Yes. Give him a big round of applause as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Quick, fast-paced answer. That's exactly what we want. And of course, that shows the kind of attentiveness that you all are having. And I believe everybody's enjoying the experience of the iPads over here. To take it forward, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving ahead with the panel discussion in the best interest of time. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic for the panel discussion right now is going to be about pioneering the next era of infrastructure with advanced BIM solutions. I'll repeat the topic for you all once again. This is about pioneering the next era of infrastructure with advanced BIM solutions. I'll be introducing our honorable moderator over here on stage. Introducing someone who doesn't really need any introduction over here at Nemetschek. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Shankar Pitta, Head of Marketing Indian Subcontinent, Nemetschek Group, as our honorable moderator for this session. Can I have the appreciation a lot more, please, for Mr. Shankar? Thank you. And I'll request Mr. Shankar to please introduce our panelists for this session. Over to you.
Excellent, Subhajit. Excellent, Subhajit. Thank you so much. So, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today evening for this session. It's really great to see all the stalwarts from the industry attending the session. So, before I go and introduce the panel today, I just wanted to have a kind of ice-breaking question. How many of you here ever tried to explain BIM to someone outside the industry? And let me know what was the reaction. Anybody? Have you ever explained BIM to someone outside the industry, and have you ever got any reaction from them? Yeah, there. Yes.
Sir, that's right. So, of course, that was deserved that. Please pass the mic, sir.
Okay.
Simply. Yeah, I'm Uday. So I have been part of this software solutions while I was working with Trimble. So I tried to explain BIM to different fraternities, not only in the construction or maybe in different sectors. So they understand BIM as a 3D visualization tool itself. That's the first observation which comes. And they are completely unaware of what BIM can do to the entire process of building infrastructure, building projects or anything. So their understanding is BIM is just 3D visualization.
Okay.
So maybe something like as Nemetschek is very much into the media and all. So there are a lot of examples which people relate to when it comes to 3D, like even news, flashes and everything. So that's their understanding about 3D. When I was also working on a different project which was into industrial projects, there the BIM advancement was very huge. So they were completely understanding, their understanding about 3D was, it's their product, it's their element. So,
wonderful. So huge round of applause for the gentleman, please. So, so not only the industry, some part of the industry outside our own industry, little bit understands it as a 3D visualization. So this panel is all about that. So look around you. There is a lot of infrastructure activity going across the country, and the biggest challenge right now what we are facing is how do we build smarter, how do we build more sustainably and more efficiently. And I think that's the question we are tackling in the country right now. So this panel discussion will be about that, and we are trying to forget the old way, and we're driving head first and making sure that the future of infrastructure in this country has its base on BIM. So huge round of applause. I'll invite my panels today. First up, Mr. Amit Bade. Mr. Amit Bade heads the precast initiative at L&T, at the forefront of this precast innovation. His expertise is in structural engineering and precast manufacturing. I think that makes him a very key voice in the industry. Welcome, Mr. Amit. Second up is Mr. Abhijit Desai. Abhijit Desai is General Manager for Building and Infrastructure at Assystem Soup. He has spent over 20 years in design and building the future of our cities. I tell you, his expertise includes metro rails, airports, and smart city projects. That's awesome. So huge round of applause to Abhijit, please. Next up, we have a veteran from the industry, Mr. Bharat Jagnani. I think he spent over 30 years of his life in the steel detailing industry, and he runs a company called Quality Emphasis Steel Solutions, and he has a huge team delivering highly accurate and time services to the construction industry. Last, but not the least, my colleague Raman Steins from ALLPLAN. He has over 20 years of global experience in BIM. I think there is no country he has not visited. He has been across the world. He knows every country what they are doing. And I mean, he's there. He has a unique perspective of how the BIM adoption is happening in each and every country. And then, of course, on the digital construction. Welcome, Ramon.
Thank you.
So Gentlemen, to start with, a very general question. Abhijit, to you first. So, how have you seen BIM adoption going in India for the past 5 years?
Can you hear me? Yeah. So, to begin with, BIM has entered India quite late. Like, we delivered our first project somewhere in 2018. Okay. But that was a mandate. We delivered the first airport project, which was the most complex project. But thereon, we can see that the initiatives are taken that we shift to a BIM enabled project, you can say, even with the government initiatives. But the thing that I'm seeing is BIM is still, like you said, it is still looked upon as a 3D tool.
Yeah.
Just visualizing in 3D. Nobody is ready, even if they put in a contract, say 3D, 4D, 5D, nobody is really aware of the potential that this tool can deliver. But the shift is happening, and I think here on, everything will be delivered in BIM platform, one way or the other.
Oh. Following up with that question, Amit, so I think, are you experiencing this change in your project executions at L&T? So, I mean, you guys handle large, massive projects in the country. So, have you been seeing this, experiencing this change?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Yeah, definitely we are seeing that change in terms of it becoming a necessity from a luxury, right? So you asked about 5 years, and 5 years ago, everybody was talking about it, everybody wanted to do it. In fact, I was just discussing with a couple of the panelists here. 2019, we took a project, and the tender, it's a government project, and the tender specified that it has to be done in BIM, right? And that was one of the first projects where we saw that the client is asking. Right? We have been pushing it since 2012, 13 timeframe. But now from 2019 to 2025 today, within L&T itself, whether the client wants it or not, we have a mandate that all projects must be done on the BIM platform, right? Some sort of it. So if the client is not sharing the model, and it's a design build project, of course, our teams are building the models. We have at each site coordinators who are dedicated for BIM, and they are taking it up the models, working it off. We have, of course, moved to 4D already, but even the 5D and the sustainability and all is building up definitely. So that I think platform will continue for sure.
But in terms of percentage, if you have to put a number to it, what is the percentage of adoption right now in India?
Yeah, for us, all 100% design build projects are being built. The models are being built for all new projects since last year and a half.
And overall on the country's perspective?
Countries, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't have to put a number behind it. Maybe somebody else has to step in and give that data. I am just usually looking at what our in-house projects are.
So, Mr. Bharat, so you're at the lower end of the downstream of the entire BIM adoption. So, for example, let's say, what are your thoughts around collaboration? I mean, it needs a lot of collaboration for you, specifically when you get those drawings, when you get out those detailing structures, etc. So, how do you think collaboration is happening?
Good evening, everybody. I hope I am audible to everyone. That's a good question you ask because we are at the root test level where we are generating the output. A layman in the shop or a layman in the field is reading our drawing. So adoption of a BIM, yes, at the root test level, when the client when client thinks of building a project, at that time they don't have vendors finalized. So we as a detailer or we as a shop drawing generators, we face a lot of challenges when it comes to a coordination with an HVAC or when it comes to coordination with the plumbings and all those things. So yes, slowly the BIM adoption is increasing. The one good strong point I would like to highlight here is you are sitting across the globe and using a BIM model sitting in one office and sitting in another office. So when you work on a cloud technology, so there is a real-time upgrades, and we need to collaborate, and collaboration over here looks fantastic. The world has to start adapting BIM more and more to make the project more successful for everyone. It's not just for the engineer or architect, also for the owners, because owners has to come up with a mind that they need to invest some amount of money at the beginning of the project rather than spending the amount of money at the end of a project.
Yeah, wonderful. So, Ramon, coming to you, you have been across the globe. You have traveled to a lot of countries.
Yeah.
So, from a global perspective, how do you think the BIM adoption is helping those countries? I mean, you know, India is investing a lot in infrastructure, and it is multiplying a lot year by year. So, how do you think BIM adoption in those countries help them to achieve those efficiencies or project execution capabilities compared to what we should adopt in India?
Yeah, actually, maybe to go one thing back, maybe I can also answer a bit on the initial question, because I think my first interaction with BIM, and then especially here in India, is also already quite some years old. Maybe it was 2015, 2016, when I was part of a deal. It was a Turkish company, Renaissance, who wanted to have a huge of detailing done here in India. The fact that India is already in the outsource business for so long also means that the exposure to BIM working methodology in India is actually also quite old already. And some very interesting things are happening with that. I had a few interactions with a couple of people. I was absolutely amazed with some use cases, what I heard, and how far actually in some companies the next steps are already done. We also spoke about what is BIM, and we know that BIM is a process and BIM is not a software, and that's clear. But the first time that I was confronted with 5D, 6D, 7D actually was also coming from India. So I think what we can conclude is that the way how to work in BIM is actually already quite far here in India. Only to apply it maybe on the local market, on the local patches, that's maybe not a thing. Just wanted to say that for me, BIM in India is not something strange, it's not a buzzword, it is already happening also here in India, indeed. Now, if you take then the experience from what happened in the countries where BIM is then said to be invented, definitely have to take a look at the States, definitely have to take a look in Europe, and in Europe I would say then definitely the northern part, so Scandinavia, the UK. BIM mandates are in place for many years. Yeah. That is developing, and that's definitely developing in the right direction. Although the challenges what we see, and definitely on the collaboration front, and getting the people trained, and getting the people so far that they really can adopt and can make full usage of the technology, because the technology is not the big hurdle anymore. Technology is there, but to get the transition in the people, that's maybe a bit of a challenge what we have to encounter. And that will also be here the case for sure, because that's something what I see wherever I am in the world. That is the biggest hurdle.
Wonderful. So Amit, coming to you, following it up with Ramon, what do you think is the most critical factor for any organization, to succeed or to adopt or integrate technologies? So you run a large organization. So how is it? What do you think is the most important factor or a critical factor?
I think I wouldn't be able to pinpoint a single one, but a couple of things based on our experience here. One, the top management definitely needs to have that vision, right? The whole infrastructure, it cannot be a pilot, you try it out, you see it for 3 years, then we'll decide. You decide and jump into it at this level, and this is exactly what we did. We are talking digital now, but we had the vision where 2015, 2016, we got into that digital bandwagon and whatever followed. But just that vision and adoption and that top-driven push also doesn't help. The entire supply chain system and the change management, what we call it, right? And that we see at the ground level, that, okay, we have all the tools, we have every possible digitally connected equipment and the software and the platforms available. At the design and the drawing level today, we are doing a lot of modeling, right? I told you 100% of the design build projects are being taken up. It translates to site. Now we have taken up, okay, site has to have a full-time coordinator because the team may not be able to pick up on those models. So we are actually having a person who's coordinating all that It's kind of the mediator between the design office and the site who will explain the benefits and take it into it. The last mile is actually the feet on the ground. For them, they're still in the dual role, because digital is there and model is there and the 3D screen drawing is also there. But at the same time, I still have to print the drawing and take it to work. We have not moved where we can open up a rolled up screen and refer to the drawing and put it back into the pocket. Maybe that will also pick up quick. But then the overall approvals or overall logistics at site works. We have had one, if I have to give an example, is we have an app which will track the precast element that is from the BIM model, put it on the truck, and then the truck goes with the delivery challan which is shown on the app. But for the one who is documenting, it's like, unless I have the paper physically signed, I'm not going to accept it, right? And that's fine. We said, okay, you do it. But the person who is doing now, because of your digital efforts, the work is doubled, because the day-to-day signing also has to be done, and then you have to take out an app and get that done too. And then it's the one process, but we have now multiple apps doing things, right? So if I start talking to the people on the ground, it's like, okay, you are doing digital, it's fine, you are helping, and productivity improvement is fine, but I have to take 10 apps and do this logging, and if that was helping, that's fine, but I have to still do my regular day-to-day paperwork and submit it. Without that, my client is not getting it. So once that last mile connectivity or acceptance comes, I think it will probably, through in that whole ecosystem adoption, it becomes a way of life. Probably that last 5% is left over.
I think data integration is very important. Data from the last mile is very important. So how about you?
Yeah, but to migrate to a total BIM organization, so there are other challenges also. Like we are around 1,600 of experts in our company. Now just shifting CAD to BIM is not the only thing. We need to upgrade the systems. We need to upgrade the entire ecosystem in that fashion. Even your common data environment comes into picture. Your cloud bases come into picture. And then you really have to convince the return of investment that you are doing. Yeah. And all the clients should be on the same page as well. Like a lot of times, like we have migrated, say 90% of our team is BIM ready, but there are some clients who are not ready to receive those information. They ultimately require something on paper, because a lot of private sector clients or industrial clients, they still are in the process. So even you cannot run at a pace where the clients cannot catch up with that. So that is one of the factors which is holding us for 100% migration as well. So we still need to continue some projects on a 2D level. We are in the process of convincing the clients, but there has to be a ready acceptance. Otherwise, then we have to have training sessions with some clients as well.
Is it the cost or the training or the adoption? What do you think is the biggest factor?
Currently in Indian market, cost plays a significant role. Okay. And also the, the talent pool that we have. Like even, like for us it was a task that when we took a decision in 2021, by 2023 we'll be BIM compliant. We had to train like 600 technicians to be on BIM. Okay. The new generation always, the new staff always is BIM ready, but we cannot let go of the thing. Same thing happens for the client as well. So they have to be sensitive to that issue as well.
Okay. So picking up on that resource front, so Mr. Bharat, so have you seen AI playing a role probably in optimizing your activities?
Yeah, AI has to come up, and AI has to, Gen Z coming into the new AI has to be adopted by them. Traditional way of detailing or traditional way of designing or doing a civil engineering. So it's an last part. We need to expedite how the project starts to how the project ends. So in future, AI has to play a big role in generating the drawings, in cross-checking the clashes, and in project planning from the initial stage to collaborating and coordinating with the other parties over here.
Ramon, what is your view? Is AI really that interesting in construction?
Oh yeah, let's be honest. If there should no interest in AI, then we should put ourselves completely out of business. That will be the thing for the upcoming years, of course. And there's so many angles to take a look at that. So there's process optimization in your own workflows. There is a complete sustainability topic on that. We have learned that. What do we have? 40%, 60%, 20%. Waste and time overruns, and definitely AI can be an absolute big help in that. And even in what Mr. Cardi is the name, right? No, yeah. What you said that on the moment you need 10 different apps to get your complete workflow built. So with the use of AI to streamline that, that will be a game changer. It's actually also something what I want to emphasize, what we as a Nemetschek group can offer more than just delivering a software. It's that process. It's that process what needs to be streamlined. Selling a software off the shelf, that's one thing, and that's actually easy, but that only solves a part of the issue. The real issue sits in managing the processes. So, and actually that's something what I dare to say here. Hit us with all of the different problems and questions what you have, and if that's software related or process related, then process will be the bigger issue. Happy to sit down together and take a look, and if we can fix something, with or without the help of AI, but AI will definitely play a big role in the upcoming years.
Okay, wonderful. So Abhijit, so according to you,
just to add on to it, because not exactly AI, but on digital twin AI collaboration, like we also have a water vertical which does all this pipe stress analysis and all those things. So these teams have been experimenting with such kind of thing just to optimize on the design front, so that we don't over-design for this section. But like I said, it's a metadata that has to be coordinated. So there, I think AI would really help into that scenarios.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So this question is to all of you guys. So you know the infrastructure capex outlay. You heard from the government that it's a huge spend on the capex for the infrastructure. Now, what do you think are the top 3 biggest challenges for the infrastructure sector to adopt the technology in India? So to do what the closest competitor, I call China or somebody else, to do it in 10 years in India, it's a huge task. So what they did in 30, 40 years, we have to do it in 10 years. So technology is the only way we have to go. So what do you think are the top 3 challenges? We can start.
The current challenge that we are facing in this mega projects or infra projects is the integration of software. Like there are many softwares which are running parallel to, like we model say our services in Civil 3D, then there is Revit coming into picture, then there are Tekla coming into picture. The similar integration, there's a gap there.
Okay.
So we have to still rely on multiple softwares to get a synchronized solution, right from your contour layering to your profiling, everything. So I think if that interface challenges are met, I think we could really accelerate in this sector of infrastructure.
So interoperability is one.
Interoperability is one of.
Okay.
So like Civil 3D does not catch up with Revit.
Okay.
The connections don't work that way. So.
Okay. I mean, what is your view on this?
Yeah, I think just yesterday, I think I sat through a 1-hour session for my son who goes to 10th standard. Right? And they've been talking about the 11th and 12th. And somebody was telling that to these kids today, we are telling that you grind 2 years, you grind every day, you study every day well, so 2 years down the line, you are going to get something really fruitful, without them knowing what that fruitfulness is. And that's the biggest challenge, is to keep them with that motivation and discipline for that 2 years, so that they get through that. I think our industry, when you say about the technology also, is somewhat going through that same phase, that everybody is saying that technology is going to help you. Technology will help you finish your project faster. Everybody knows that. But that 3 years down the line, nobody is willing to get that benefit of doubt to the technology, saying you adopt it today and you are going to get those fruits 3 years down the line. And in that discipline, I think the cost becomes one of the, Indian industry is by nature of the culture of our society is extremely cost sensitive, right? So we have our own real estate division, and if I go and tell them that I'll give you this project 6 months earlier, but it's going to cost you 1 rupee per square foot more, they probably show me the door, right? Because there are 3 other people are asking and saying, no, I will give you at the same rate. So the challenge what we are facing now is how to justify the adoption of technology at the same rupee per square foot. If we can probably crack that formula, or you look outside, you look Singapore and they're spending 3 times more, even after the purchase power parity, 3 times more to build their buildings, where we are not there yet. So it's one or the other. Either we crack that formula, or we just take that bet saying, no, it just costs more to build faster, build better, and go with that flow.
So Bharat, what about?
I agree with my colleague. And the other thing what I feel is creating a resources at the academic level. The pattern of teaching is more of a traditional kind of a thing in India, where we need to start putting up an AI implementation at the academic level, so that the engineers who are coming out fresh, they should have a fresh knowledge of AI, and then they can apply their fresh minds into adapting. That's the challenge we are facing right now.
Wonderful. So there were 3 challenges: interoperability, of course, adoption or resource training, and the cost. Ramon, you know that Nemetschek has been a great advocate of open BIM. So how at ALLPLAN, how are you addressing these challenges?
So actually, that should have been my answer. So open BIM, because interoperability and collaboration, I see that as absolutely the biggest hurdle. And as also said already from my colleague Eduardo, from the beginning, from day one, Nemetschek believes in that if you work together, then it actually will work out. So that open BIM methodology, being able to speak and communicate with every stakeholder, no matter what, that's the solution to solve that collaboration topic. And I also wanted to answer your question very precisely with the other 2 topics. So I think that the pain of change, people-wise, so manage the people and get the people in that new methodology, that's a big challenge. And third, what he said already, the processes. So if we get the processes right, with the knowledge that we get into the people on a collaborative way, then I think we can make this work.
Okay. So a follow-up question to you. Looking ahead, so where do you see the infrastructure industry, or what do you foresee the infrastructure industry in India heading in the next 5-10 years?
So you mentioned already, so compared to, say, China, what they did in 40 years, you have to do in 10 years. Yeah, you have. I think you will construct, 100 airports in the upcoming 5 years, and maybe 1,000 hospitals. So the scale is absolutely unmatched, and then so much need to be done in such a short time. So there will be an absolute steep path in adopting that newest technology. So I predict that if you should sit here in 5 years from now and you look out of the window, you can't recognize that city again. Not any other city, actually, in India. So that's what I see. I indeed see that what happened in comparable countries in 20, 30, 40 years, that will happen here in the upcoming 10 years with the help of technology.
Okay. Amit, so let's say if we have to grow that fast, and of course L&T has a major role in the infrastructure development in the country. So where do you see the country going? How do you foresee the infrastructure industry growing in the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, I think whatever we have been discussing about India as a country developing. You take an example of Mumbai, right? I came back to Mumbai 2012, and I have seen this city change in last 13 years significantly. If you take today, I doubt any other city in the world is seeing this kind of infrastructure development, right? We have the Atal Setu that just opened up. We have full-blown metro construction going on. We are building a high-speed railway, which is probably going to be ready in another year and a half. Navi Mumbai, we are building a full-blown airport that will go for another 10 years, right? What we're talking is just the first phase. We are talking about the connectivity from land here to that airport by train, and that will take up. We are talking about so much housing. So this kind of development right now, nowhere else is going up. What we are foreseeing now is this becomes a model, and most of the other cities kind of take up, right? Because we don't see, this is one center, then we have Delhi, and then there we have some pockets where things are happening. But across the India is what probably the data also says that next 10 years is the tier 1 cities growth. If you see Chennai today, if you land, most of the development is 3-4 stories. You rarely see, except you go outskirts where the high rise is coming up, but that's going to blow up exponentially. So things like that will come up on a very large scale is what the expectation is. And one of your questions earlier was also how to cater to that, right? Yeah. And how AI will help. And we are talking, right? All our meetings, by default, the question now is you bring up the crazy ideas, you bring up the AI. And I don't know if anybody in this room, the Iron Man movie fans, he has that Jarvis, right? And the day we saw that Jarvis, we thought, okay, this is something that we want. Probably if you come in the design office today, we have chunks of data. Right? If we say our metric, if I have to throw, L&T has more than 11,000 pieces of equipment connected, IoT, and we are collecting the data. We don't know what to do with the data yet, right? And that's where I think the AI probably will step in, where I would imagine that, or in fact, I used to imagine when I saw that movie saying, I want to retire with that kind of tool at my disposal. And you quickly say, BIM model, look up tower 2 and tell me how many panels are there. Out of those, how many are the beams, and how many beams have the exact same reinforcement. And the way things are changing, working out, I think I would probably be retiring sooner than I thought. So let's see.
Probably
Sankar, may I maybe add something to that? Because that was a discussion what we were having yesterday. So in Germany, on infrastructure basis, we're working with Deutsche Autobahn. Of course, that's the biggest partner you want to work with. Maybe 60,000 Autobahnbrücke. So I will teach you a bit of German. That means that's a bridge above the highway. So, and they need to be redone. That whole archive, what has been done and has been collected over the last 60 years, to digitalize that and to feed that into the AI, that would make such a big difference in designing a new bridge. So that's exactly the kind of things what we are implementing, what we're trying to do, and that's the proper use indeed of that whole AI hype what we now see. Yeah.
So probably we'll have Jarvis for the construction industry, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great, wonderful. So, sir, what are your thoughts? I mean, how do you see, you've been a veteran in the industry, you've been there for the last 30 years, building the business of your own, and how do you see the next 5 to 10 years for India?
Yes, next 5 to 10 years, adoption of AI is going to take up the projects. Okay, I agree with you. You need to build up an AI. When he said that he has a lot of papers on the data, but out of those papers, at least 5% or 10% of those data has been used for designing. So I recommend you that, okay, we need to build out a way that from hundreds of papers, you just need to pin down a couple of things which are more important to the project. Because there are a lot of other data which is not useful to a steel industry or a construction industry. Maybe those other data can be filtered out by AI rather than we just scanning through the papers and finding 1 or 2 points. So that's where AI has to come into picture, and down the line we need to develop an AI adoption. Yes, we can beat China in adoption with this, because we have more what you can say, we have more resources, we have more talent here than in China or anywhere in the world.
Absolutely, I agree with that. So I think we are right on time. So one question to Amit and Abhijit. So let's say if you could use BIM to design any crazy infra project, That could be anything. What would it be? Let your imagination try.
We were going through this some time back. There were a lot of initiatives by government for this smart cities. Then there was Swadesh Darshan. So a lot of this theme-based development that are happening, connected things. Even in Swadesh Darshan, they had a heritage circuit going on. So in that also, there is a lot of data that goes into this kind of things, and you really have to go to the ground reality, collect data, and then create that circuit in such a way that people are traveling to that circuit.
Yeah.
So this would be interesting to see that if you have, say, a Ramayana circuit or a Mahabharat circuit, you can just see how things, right from the structures to infrastructure, everything is captured in such kind of a setting. And at that scale, like when you're crossing states. So
Wonderful idea. Wonderful thought. Amit?
Yeah, I would say, I think again, one of the biggest pain point currently we have is the scale, right? The way we are getting project requests is usually on a paper napkin saying, I have 22,000 houses to build and I have 24 months and that's it. And then the overall design process that follows is strenuously long. We spend 8, 9, 10 months to develop that concept. And I would love to have that developed at fingertips and you get going. And that's how probably I would probably want to retire, is you get that request from the client, and then that AI and quantum computing, we are saying so much processing power is at the fingertips, everything is designed. The AI knows your taste or the client's taste and picks up 4 options out of the 100,000 options that are available. You get the ready drawings, the tenders, the contracts, your production drawings, the form work is ordered, or the molds are ordered for that central one model through the system, and you jump on the ground, right? If I have asked, our top bosses are in that mode where if the client says 36 months, I want to say, no, 36 is too long, I want to build in 24 months. We can't do that now, but that is something we would like to do.
Maybe a bridge to Mars. So, so great. So, Ramon, for you, I know you have shown me some pictures when we were having lunch. Other than that, what is the most ridiculous infrastructure fail have you seen across the world?
What? The most
ridiculous infrastructure fail you have
fail?
ever, yeah?
The most ridiculous infrastructure fail. Oh, that would be myself, actually, on the project what we saw, because I crashed my company car on an ALLPLAN project. So, but that is not what you're asking, I believe. So, I think that must be a water treatment plant what actually broke, I think because of corrosion of reinforcement inside of the concrete. Mm-hmm. And that was absolutely a planning mistake.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Mr. Bharat, finally, what is the most common BIM-related misconception you have ever encountered?
Can you repeat the question?
What is the most common BIM-related misconception you have ever encountered? You have ever encountered. So,
I don't think so. BIM is helping, and slowly it's getting adapted. We need to think, and see, we as an industry pioneers, we need to promote the BIM to give us more results. I say to my team, one word is just changing a topic over here. I'm still asking AI to develop a magic stick. When an owner says, I want a big project, you just swipe, the project is ready. So that's how the BIM has to come into picture.
Wonderful. So we have kind of 7 minutes left. So we're open to the audience for any Q&A to ask the experts.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we get going with the Q&A, can I have a huge round of applause for this very, very fascinating panel? Knowledge, insights alongside good humor, placed everything together. We will be taking the questions right now. Can I have some hand raises regarding the questions? 3 questions is what we have a bandwidth of. Do we have any questions? Any hand raises? Do we have any questions for the panel? Trust me when I say this, it's not every day that you get these stalwarts over here. Any questions over here? More than welcome. You have two gentlemen over here who are actually doing it. So what we'll do is maybe, I believe, sir, you want to say something?
Since there is time, Raman, I just wanted to ask one question. We have been discussing about this 2D, 3D AI approach. What are the next steps in 4D, 5D collaboration in Nemetschek? Are there any moves or any softwares which are catering to that arena?
Sorry, I think the sound is not that good. I could not hear the question. So in Nemetschek, 2D, 2D, 3D?
2D, 3D is fine. What about the 4D, 5D collaborations?
Oh, the 4D, 5D, 6D, and 7D. So
not
now
6, 7, I just restrict to 5D. Right?
You're already happy with the 5D?
Yes.
Okay, so we nailed that. So no, listen, within the Nemetschek, so what we want to take care of, and that's communicated already a couple of times, so we want to be your partner in the full life cycle of projects, in design, in the build, in the facility management. So according the whole life cycle of the project. For that, we have the full suite of solutions, and that means that what we intend to do is that we put focus on the workflow between all of that different software solutions to create that one workflow.
Because currently we're facing the same thing, that we export data, then it's the dashboard are created in some other media. So those kind of integrations, if we can just come up with something.
And that's actually also the offer, indeed, what we want to do. So more than happy to sit down, see the workflow what you have, what are the pain points, and what can we do? What do we have in our solution stack? Is there a second development necessary? Maybe we can come up with something what already is there, we only have to build it together. That's actually the challenge, what we want to take. As said, simply take a software from the shelf and sell it, that's one thing, but that's not taking care of your problem. Let us be indeed a partner, sit together, and for sure, with what we have, definitely we can come up with a good solution already today.
Thanks. Oh, thank you. Any questions from the audience?
Any questions from the audience over here? Trust me when I say this, it's a rare opportunity. Please feel free to ask. Sir has a question over here. What I'll do is I'll pass the mic to him.
So good evening all. So it was a wonderful discussion, and it's primarily moved to the AI integration with the BIM. But the actual concept of BIM and the current stage of BIM in India. So in that case, your other company product has some solution on existing renovation scan related thing. So in Nemetschek, what are you thinking about that? Do you have any product on that? And are you thinking about like those 3D scanning to BIM conversion, all of those existing renovation?
So the scan to BIM, that's
3D scan,
yeah,
convert to BIM,
yeah,
for existing renovation job. So what kind of tools do you have?
Oh, that's going very deep in the solution portfolio. So I'm for sure that there he's coming. There's the man, and he knows exactly the answer. You want my mic, NC? Yeah.
So we are not addressing today because it's purely on the ALLPLAN, but we have a solutions called D-Twin that takes care of the entire digital twin part of it. So whether you scan it, it is independent of what scanning platform it is. It can take your 3D model, take the drawings, files, everything together. It can make it the entire replica. Not only the replica part of it, but more interestingly, how the occupations are. What is the energy level consumption onto that? Everything data analysis will happen with our D-Twin solution.
Thank you, sir, for the question. Thank you, Nirmala, sir, for the answer. And ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we wrap up this panel discussion. Can I have a huge, huge round of applause for all these people? Oh, sir has a question. Okay. Sir has a question. We are yet to wrap up. This is almost like a new winner qualifying for the finale. Question?
Yeah, my question is to Mr. Paresh. Yeah. So, thanks for the panel discussion. It was wonderful, a lot of information. So which particular software or technology you are using for structural analysis, detailing, and detailing? You can throw some light, sir.
Mr. Bharat? Okay.
In your particular company or organization, sir.
Is it for Mr. Bharat? Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Bharat.
So For our organization, we are using SDS2 from ALLPLAN and Tekla from Timble as in detailing software, and we do use somewhat of a StatPro for the analysis and all part thing. We use RISA and RISA for the connection parts and all those things.
Thank you, sir, for that answer. And I'm not playing tricks over here, but then any more question? One question is what we can accommodate the most. And if not now, you always have the time to ask that question in the networking zone. Is anybody of you willing? My eyes are scanning, and sir has a question over here. Wow.
Right from the beginning of the session, I've been just hearing a lot about infra, and I did see, everything seems to be centered on infra, but I was wondering, do we have equal focus on the superstructures, the building side of it? I did see some images, but not much has been mentioned or spoken or detailed. If you would like to, Raman.
Oh yeah, listen, I could go on for hours also explaining what we can do for buildings. Putting BIM forward in India, buildings, that's even the bigger part. So with our solution stack, I can say, yes, for sure, we can definitely support that. The topic for now was infrastructure. That is the only reason. But yeah, for sure. So we have the same for the building sector also.
Thank you so much for that question. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a full house over here. May I please request you now to officially clap loudly for the conclusion of this very fascinating and interesting panel. Thank you so much to all our honorable speakers, dignitaries, and guests. And they're standing right now. Can we have another huge round of applause for all of them, please? Thank you so much. Request you all to please take your seats. And yeah, that's what it is. I'll request my friends over here, if somebody can help us clear the panel. And we also, I believe we should do a group photograph, all of you together, right? Yeah, that's exactly what struck my mind. Can I have all the speakers back on stage? We should do a nice group photograph. It's a memorable moment. So first we'll do a group photograph. Thank you. I'll request all of you to please be on stage. I'll request Mr. Nirmallo to please kindly join us over here on stage and hand over the token of appreciation to our guests, please. Give Mr. Nirmallo a huge round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. He's been very active right from the beginning, coming with those prompt responses and answers alongside all your queries. So, and once the token of appreciations are given, ladies and gentlemen, all I can request you is please clap and appreciate for their wisdom. Thank you. Fantastic. After Nirmala sir is done distributing all of them, we'll do a group photo with all of you, including Nirmala sir. Thank you. We'll do a group photo with everybody, including Nirmala sir, after this. Can we do a group photo with all of you, please, if I may request humbly? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have some appreciation going in, please, when the photos are being clicked? I'm sure the smiles are going to be widening up all the way more with that. Thank you for your zeal and enthusiasm. Thank you so much to all our speakers. Thank you so much to our honorable moderator. Thank you so much to Nirmala sir for coming. I'll request my friends over here to please kindly help me clear the stage. You know, before we move to the next session, which I promise is going to be very interesting, prior to that, I talked about those goodies, right? And I just didn't talk about them. I also distributed them to two of our guests over here, which means that I'm actually talking facts over here. So I have two more questions. This is just a bit of a fun filler in the meantime, when they get the chairs and everything cleared. Two questions. First person to answer it correctly gets goodies again from us. So the first question, ladies and gentlemen, are you all ears for what I'm saying right now? Do you hear me loud and clear? First question is, if you're involved in steel detailing, which Nemetschek technology will you be opting for? Oh my God. I just have two eyes, but whom do I go to, you know? What's the parameter, huh? Let ma'am, huh? Let's give, you know, the special benefit, of course, to the lady over here. Would you please kindly answer for this? Give her a huge round of applause, please, of course. And the goodie, as promised, is for you. We'll request you to please pose for the shutters with the goodie. Please give her a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I know a lot of you knew the answer, but of course, it's only one person who can have it at a time. So yeah, that's what it is, appreciation. The second question in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves for this one. This is about which global nuclear power plant has made full use of the ALLPLAN use case. I see sir's hand over there, and then so what we'll do is we'll go to him first. मैं खुद ही आ जाता हूँ. And then we'll come to you.
It's France, actually.
But give him a huge round of applause for the attempt at least. Anybody else willing to answer this one? Huh? Anybody over here? Oh, sir, yeah. 100%. The question is, which global nuclear power plant has made full use of the ALLPLAN use case?
It was EDF which used it for the first time for all of the projects.
Bang on, absolutely. You deserve all the appreciation. Please clap loudly for him, ladies and gentlemen, as we hand over the goodie to sir, please. Oh, you have two options. Whom do you want it from? There are two people who are very much willing to give you the goodies. Please give him a huge round of applause once again. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Brilliant answer indeed, sir. Can I have a huge round of applause for our hostesses and host over here as well, please? They're also working very hard to kind of distribute everything putting forward. All right, without further ado, we are ready for the next session, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor and humble privilege right now to invite Mr. Gregor, Product Manager Infrastructure for ALLPLAN, for an interactive presentation on the complete solution for detailing in civil infrastructure projects. Please give him a big round of applause as I call him up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't hear the round of applause for Mr. Gregor. Everybody over here, please, for our guest from overseas. Everybody, thank you.
Hello and good evening. I will just cut to my presentation. So before I was coming to India, I prepared this slide because I thought I have to show why infrastructure is important for India and for Mumbai. And I think I don't have to do that. But yesterday with the team, we have been to a museum. I learned that also from very behind, from your history, infrastructure was very important for you. So I wrote down 7 words. So Worli, Parel, Mazagaon, Mahim, Colaba, Little Colaba, and islet of Bombay. So there are 7 islands between which the Mumbai was constructed. So without infrastructure, this kind of infrastructure, this kind of investment, there was no Mumbai as we know it today. And within my research, I also have seen, and I was also very surprised that also there are some initiatives also from high level, also from your Prime Minister, Gati Shakati, who are also pushing to accelerate the project executions and cutting down on those costly overruns that have impacted infrastructure projects in the past. And there are some additional key initiatives like the NIP, so National Infrastructure Pipeline, and so on. And I think that we all agree that the investment into infrastructure in the economy, it will increase the capital expenditure, stabilizing also macro and microeconomic environment, and will boost productivity. And what I also learned is that this will be only possible also with the private sector participation. And because the private sector, you bring the innovation, efficiency, and the much needed capital supplement to the public sector efforts and support long-term sustainability. And this is where Nemetschek will help you. So let's have a look. All the projects that we have seen in this short video were designed, and also some already still in design phase, some already were built, some are during the construction, were built with ALLPLAN's and Nemetschek solution for infrastructure. So what can we offer you? And I think some of the examples were shown by my colleagues, but let me emphasize those 5. So first of all, increased productivity. And I will show you them later some examples where this is also true, because we are enabling you to automate complex tasks. There was one question before, what is 3D helping? And one of the answers is that as soon as you have 3D model, especially if you have a 3D parametric model, this will help you, for example, to step into the next project much faster and deliver project even efficiently. So that's the benefit of 3D, because you can very easily change, if you have a parametric model, I don't know, the width of the pier or the length, the height of the pier, and this will bring you then much faster to the project execution, because with 2D drawings, it's not possible to do that. You have to go to each to each drawing and change it. And that's done many times. If you have a parametric model, or if you have a model which is created with parametric elements, you can do it quite very easily. The second thing is that we can enhance your design quality. And the big benefit of ALLPLAN is to create precise models. And that's the key, because you have seen we can create automatical models out of the 3D model. We can then annotate. All of this is possible. And this is only needed, only then, of course, of big value if you have an exact model. And we know that for infrastructure projects, you have very often very complex shapes, complex bridges, tunnels, but you have to, of course, in order to use all these functionalities, be able to model them. And what also ALLPLAN offers all of you is the competitive advantage, because all the tool set will bring you ahead of the industry. And there is much more. Like it was said several times that we want to be a partner. We have really a great support team that will make you able to use the products in the maximum. Of course, and sometimes something is, I will say, not working, or it's not as you wished. And also here we are providing you workarounds. So we are here really a partner for you. So with few next slides, I would like to show you those 5 benefits that I have summarized here, also on the real project examples. So here we have a big infrastructure project in Africa, done by a Portuguese company, Quadrante. And the problem here was that a large quantity of different infrastructure utilities that had to be built with a small team. So the company got a project, the team didn't expand. And of course, we saw before, one of the problems is also labor. It was difficult for them to get new people. And the solution that we have provided to them with this our parametric modeling solution allowed them to, of course, to bring the project to the end successfully. Because with only 11 templates, they were able to actually to model all of those 150 or 160 different infrastructure utilities in a very short time. So that's, for example, a key takeaway of this example. And sometimes I hear a lot, we don't have so many projects, we don't have so large projects. And this is true. But what you can do with this approach is, because I'm sure that all the projects you do, some of the things are always repeating. So you can prepare a small or big, large template library, a parametric template library, which you can reuse in your subsequent projects. And this is where this also becomes. I also see here a QR code. So we have created with this company also a use case. So take a picture. Don't read it now, because I will show you much more. But take a picture of this slide, and then you will be able to read about this project then later when you're home or in the office, more in detail. And there will be, during my presentations, several of those kind of QR codes, which you can take a picture and then look up once you have time. Let's move to the next one. I wanted to show you this project because it shows you another value of the parametric modeling. Here, the biggest advantage, here it's in Switzerland, a project, Switzerland. It is actually, what structure is it? Can you guess it from the picture? It's a mixture of a road or a retaining wall. There is also some kind of small bridges, so it's a very complex structure, which is built on this rock. And they had two main reasons why they were successful with ALLPLAN. First of all, it was because of parametric modeling. And second of all is because of the exact modeling. Because there were anchors done into the rock, so they anchored this structure. And they modeled also the anchors in a very detail. But the problem is that, if you have, in this area, the anchors can come very closely to each other. And they had to check the distances between the anchors in this 3D model. So this is what also helped them to really successfully make the design. And now the project is currently in the construction phase. Next project, I wanted to emphasize, I was talking before with some of the participants about tendons. We have a very powerful tendon modeling solution. It is also parametric. It's how we model it parametrically is also very engineering oriented, because with the complexity of the 3D tendon, we reduced into simple definitions in 2D space in the cross section and then along the axis. And the power solution helped, for example, here in this bridge, to really model all the tendons precisely. And at the end, of course, to check also the clashes between the reinforcement, because they modeled also reinforcement and later in ALLPLAN, and to check all the clashes between the tendons and between the reinforcement. And I will come then later to our tendon solution. But yeah, that's this example. And I have here also some drawings that you see that out of the 3D model, the company, Eduardo mentioned before, the Yüksel project from Turkey, doing projects all over the Europe and worldwide. So this is, for example, some drawings of the tendons that they have generated using ALLPLAN. Or this kind of details that also can be then directly derived from the 3D model. Good, let's move to the next one. It's not, this is a gallery. It's done by our client in Greece, because Greece, near the Athens, there will be a big highway with a lot of different infrastructure utilities, bridges, galleries, cut and cover structures. So this is also something that they are using our ALLPLAN solution, especially because of the design flexibility. As mentioned before, with this design flexibility, they can compare different variants. They can very easily change, and they can reuse the data. So that's, for example, the main advantage that they have been using here. And of course, they had to deliver the model in BIM, because this was one of the deliverables. It was not delivering only the drawings, but it was requested to deliver also a very high quality IFC data. And this is what ALLPLAN then enabled them to create all the deliverables. So besides the 2D drawings, also IFC. Why? Because later they want to use this data for the operation and maintenance. Also here I've got some drawings out of the 3D model. So you can see that once you model it, you can also create very advanced advanced drawings out of these 3D models. any kind, also in plan view. Here, for example, the cross-section with all these reinforcement, with all the information that the Judd has shown before, directly derived from the model. Next project, yeah, it's a little bit different one. It's also not, it's using our parametric modeling solution for roads, but in this case it was not used for roads. I intentionally use this as an example, because even if we say that we have a solution for roads, it can be, I don't want to say misused, but reused in multiple areas. Like here, for example, for this flood project, why? Again, they were using it because they wanted to compare many different variants. ALLPLAN has a great functionality that once you have a 3D model, you can also get out of this model quantities, different quantities, or you can also then with this quantity make a cost estimations. So they were searching for the optimal variant. And ALLPLAN, again, with whole the solution stack, make them this available. Another project where, again, a complete solution of ALLPLAN was shown is this intersection, where all those, as you see, all these pictures are actually from ALLPLAN. I was wondering before what would happen if we would use AI visualizer for these visualizations. Maybe we have to try it. But in this solution, we have used our, I would say, seamless integration between our road solution and our bridge solution. I will do it very quickly. So you can model a certain axis in our road solution, use it then also in a bridge design, and this is done by a different user or different expert, and then they can already start to work in parallel, because we are using because the road engineer is working then on a road axis and all other details, and the bridge engineer works on the bridge. But the only data they share is the axis. This is only thing what the bridge engineer needs. And because everything is connected seamlessly, if, for example, a road engineer just a simple change the main axis which defines the bridge geometry, this will be automatically updated, because also the bridge geometry is parametrically described, and I would say also derived or built on the axis itself. And then another great project, wanted to show you also this, is this small bus refurbishment, which is a beautiful case of how ALLPLAN really excels in detailed design also in roads, in urban areas, where different infrastructure utilities had to be taken into account in order to make this refurbishment. And again, here, the road solution was used to model that and to take into account all these details. Now it doesn't go forward. Ah, I know now, because these are high quality drawings. Yeah, so if you remember the video before, the structures, the bridges, the tunnels, underpasses, all those were modeled with ALLPLAN, and I got, just before I went to India, those drawings from the company, and I wanted to show you really how into detail we can create our drawings. So here we have underpass below a train station with all these details that were, the 3D model, of course, was modeled with our parametric solution, and then ALLPLAN. In ALLPLAN, then all the details were created, and then with ALLPLAN drawing solution, we created all those drawings. Here, for example, another view of this underpass for passengers, for pedestrians, with all those small details, like with, I forgot now the name, also with these steps. We have here a small overview, so you can see you can drive it as far as you need. Here I have another bridge, which was also part of this project. As you see, it was also with a complex geometry, and the difference is somebody asked only concrete. No, ALLPLAN can do also steel. Together with SDS, we can go then much into detail. So also steel can be then detailed in the same manner as concrete. Here I have another example of a very complex pier, which was modeled then firstly in 3D and then detailed with ALLPLAN reinforcement solution. In the past, we were internally joking, and we were saying, whatever you can model in ALLPLAN, you can also reinforce it. And that is, for example, a perfect use case where this is true. So it is very complex. Unfortunately, I don't have a 3D view, but you can see only from those drawings that there is a really complex shape. We have many different bars and many different bar shapes, and this is now shown here in this drawing. Here then a cut and cover structure, again with all the details, with the bar schedules, also these small overviews, so on. I have here a retaining wall on both sides. Before going into this cut and cover structure, there is a retaining wall, which is also modeled with our solution and then detailed. Here another view, because it was done for a railway. With this, I wanted to show you really that you can go also very into detail and really show all the bar numbers, all the bar schedules, or all the special positions, so all is possible. You can even, you see here, they even included a small 2D view with a cut where this is done. So you can go very far. Another example of a more complex pier. This is, for example, where also they have used our parametric solution, because this pier shape was always the same, only the height was changing. And then this again made them possible to accelerate their designs and so on. Another simple views of the drainage system. Also drainage is of course important part of the deliverables. And here a little bit more simple structure with circular columns, with circular bar shapes, with also, you see here, a lot of different details that can be visualized in different ways. Here in 2D, here also in 3D. Here a pier with the piles, also this was modeled and also then detailed. And then here one small detail with a lot of reinforcement, but I think I don't have to go more into detail because Judd showed before how in detail we can model the reinforcement. Here an overview of the schematical presentation of the construction phases, which were also modeled, but also created within ALLPLAN. So these are the use cases, and now I'm coming to my second part of my presentation, where I will a little bit explain the main features of our solution. So if I start with road design, what we have implemented in ALLPLAN is a digital terrain model. And this digital terrain model is very often can be imported into the system, also into the product with different models. So we support different formats. So this can be imported directly into the product. And then this is used as a base. And the next is then this parametric design and detailing of different of the axes and then also of the cross sections. So both is parametrically. And then we can define also some constraints that together with terrain, they automatically adjust. For example, if you have here some additional things to do, like example here, this I don't know how you call it in English. If you have additional banquets that you have to define, then the cross section is automatically adjusting. Yeah, and then if I move to automated outputs, we have seen that ALLPLAN is very strong. And this is also strong if you have a road structure, where you can then use the ALLPLAN functionality to create the outputs also for the road structure. Also in the plan view, elevation view, whatever you have to deliver. So this is our road solution. There is even more, but we can then discuss about more details in the break. If we now moving to the parametric modeling solution of infrastructure projects, like bridges, tunnels, retaining walls, then here we have implemented 3 different modeling approaches. I will very briefly go through them. So we have our axis-based modeling, which is really based on a true road axis. It can be directly modified and entered by our road solution, or it can be imported via LandXML or some other format. And then we use this axis information to create an exact model of our structure. It doesn't matter if it's a bridge or it's a tunnel. The same principle can be used, Because what we do is that the user defines the 2D section. Also, 2D section is parametrical. And then we extrude this section along the axis. And then if certain elements of this section are variating, then the user can define which elements. For example, the web thickness or the height is variating. And then he defines a table. And then this is how the product calculates really exact geometry. On the other side, we have then many time structures and parts of the structures that are not directly derived from the axis. This is why we have introduced so-called polygonal modeling solution. In this solution, we are still using axis as one of the main element, but the sub-elements, like for example link, like these precast girder elements, they're not directly derived from the geometry of the axis, but rather from the geometry of the substructure, which again is relatively defined to the axis. And this is what defines the geometry. And with this approach, we can model very efficiently precast girder bridges. But not only that, there are different types of structure that can be modeled with this solution. For example, here we have a retaining wall, which is also following the axis, but has a polygonal shape. Or if you have truss bridges, also truss bridges can be modeled with this approach. And then if we move further, we have introduced a third parametric modeling solution. Is mainly what was mainly designed for modeling more complex shapes, like abutments, where none of those other approaches can be used, not the axis one and not the polygonal one, but the free parametric modeling is based again on a 2D definitions, which get then a 3D geometry by defining the thickness of these sections, and then by placing those freely into this space and relatively and parametrically between each other, you can create here then any shape. Also at the end, also the Boolean operations. And the user doesn't have to choose which one to start with, because all of them are seamlessly integrated. You can start with this one and then move to this one, depends on your structure. So all of those, you don't have to choose either want to go this or this method. They're just different, I would say, different approaches, different elements that are available for your modeling purposes. This is what I mentioned at the beginning, our tendon modeling solution, which is again fully parametric. It's based on the 2D definitions, and we can define any shape of a tendon. Is it longitudinal, transversal, internal, external, any kind of shape. And for us, it was important that we can really define any shape of and any geometry of the tendon as a first step, and the second step to multiply this, because very often in bridge structures which are pre-stressed, they are not only one tendon, there are many tendons. And this is why we have integrated many different possibilities how to scale those tendon definitions up. For example, here we have always the same shape of these left tendons, so we can very easily copy those tendons from one side to the other one. And the same approach can be used in other structures. And recently, I was talking already about parametric templates. We can different level of parameterization on 2D level for the cross sections, on 3D level on elements only, like girders, piers, and link girders, or we can also create an entire project as a template. I have here, before we go to the video, the part of the template is also can be also parametric reinforcement, but to this solution I will come with the next slide. So if we now have a look in this video, you will be able to see that in this example, the user wanted to extract this pier and to reuse it in other projects. So he extracted this pier definition, and he was then able to reuse this pier definition in a subsequent project. We have made this really extremely, because we went from a simple project with the precast girder bridges to a more complex shape. And you can see that it is possible to define fixed elements and variable elements, and this allows you to reuse the data in your subsequent projects. And as I mentioned, recently in October, we have released parametric reinforcement link, where we are linking our design solution also with parametric Python parts that were mentioned several times before. And with this, we get a fully parameterized model. What this means that if we have a 3D model, which includes not only tendons but also reinforcement. If we change the 3D shape of the tendon, sorry, of the structure, the tendons will automatically adjust, and also the reinforcement will automatically adjust. And this approach is used not only for bridge structures, but can be used for any element that we model with these two approaches. And if we continue, I was asked to mention also this. So, because our solution also has integrated structural analysis within the model. I have to do this very quickly because my time is almost over. So our model is based, our analytical model is based on the definition of the geometrical model, and is, I would say, semi-automatically derived from the geometrical model. Why? Because the user defines which parts of the structure are part of the structural system and which parts of the structures are not part of the structural system. And this is how then the product knows how to derive the structural model. And in the same manner, we also do this for the construction stage calculations. We just wanted to take this complexity out, but still to give the user the possibility to define whatever needs to be calculated, how it needs to be calculated, and so on. So the main message is that we have two models in one. So we have a geometrical model, which is the base, and then we have, in the same model, analytical model. And only this is actually allowing you also to save a lot of time. Not only, and to have really a unique, how to say, common data environment. Also for the structural analysis. We can then discuss about details later. Also here you have a small QR code of a small teaser video which shows this also in action. Good. We have seen now almost all solution stack that we can offer for bridges. Of course, this is a lot of more, but on the precast girder bridges, I wanted just to give you, how to say, to wrap up. Because our precast girder solution is really used more into detail in terms of, how to say, it's really tailored now for precast girder solution as well, because there are special things that we have to consider. So first of all, we have the modeling solution, where we can use this polygonized modeling solution that we can very easily create. You will see in this small video a template, and then we reuse this data either from project to project, also in the same project. So you will see now that you can create very simple this in 3D by selecting these two reference points, which allows you then to very easily change, I would say, the span. So if you change now this span here, then because this girder is relatively positioned between these two elements, this girder will also automatically adjust. I will show you also a video then later on. So we have this tailored solution for precast girder bridges. We have also a tailored solution for structural analysis. There are some special things that we need to consider. Also this we are considering here. And as mentioned before, that all the templates can also have reinforcement in the model. This is also true for these precast girder bridges. So this model here, we have used here all the girders modeled within in this bridge. And then you will see that we are very simple changing the span. And you will see that then those girders got shorter, and the other got longer. And because also reinforcement is part of these templates, after we update all this data, also this reinforcement will be automatically adjusted. And if you have this kind of templates, as I was mentioning before, which also contain reinforcement, this can save you a lot of time. And you can have a complete bridges modeled like this, or tunnels, or individual parts, like columns, like hammerheads, like piers. This is how you can construct your library and save a lot of time. There are some of our companies or clients that are already using our solution in really extent. And yeah, that would be everything from my side.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation was truly fascinating, but I believe the round of applause is not matching up to the level of that. So can I please have louder cheers, please? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time, and I'll request you to please take your seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so what we'll do is, in the best interest of time, we'll be moving forward quickly with the next session. But of course, we have the goodie session still happening, so fear not. I mean, interesting questions being answered, they will be there. But I want to understand about any Q&A, any question that sir has, I mean, anybody has for him, then I would really, So sir, I will request you to please come back. We have questions. People are willing to learn from you all the way more. So please, can I have the mic being passed to him? Yeah. Just pass it over to sir.
No, it's really working.
Yeah, it's working, right?
Mine is already working, yeah.
Just give it to him, please.
Hi, Gregor. So my question is this, of all the solutions that ALLPLAN has showcased so far, it's all about the permanent structures and the erection sequences. Do you have any separate solution for enabling works? Where, say, if I'm going to construct a pier, I require a 14-meter shutter, steel shutter. So do you have any solution integrated in ALLPLAN?
Yeah, also this is integrated. We can also show you this. So there are several different levels of how we can consider construction stages. We can consider structural stages already on the geometrical side, where you can say at which time a certain element will be constructed. And then also these elements are being then cut geometrically. And then we have a special solution also on the other side, or in ALLPLAN, where you can also plan the construction site itself. And including the time that was also introduced in the structure itself, you can also simulate the construction directly with ALLPLAN, as you have seen before in the previous presentation of Judd. So we have a special tool for construction planning as well.
I have one more question. In the earlier presentation, you're talking about, it says 20% of the wastage. And ALLPLAN monitors the solutions, monitors the progress of the project, right? Mm-hmm. So is there any trigger mechanism where, say, the wastage goes beyond 2%, 3%? Does it generate a trigger and warns the planning manager that you've gone beyond your wastage limits?
Yeah, so this is what our clients are doing also with BIM Plus. So over the BIM Plus, this communication can happen. It is directly linked also with the 3D model. So it can also say, so we have now constructed this part, and we are now this time. So it is possible to also to visualize this as well.
Thank you so much, sir, for the questions. We have bandwidth for one more question, maybe, if anybody is looking forward to ask, or we may take it forward straight to the networking zone. If anybody has any question. I believe not, so please can I have a huge round of applause once again for him. Thank you so much for coming back once again and doing those Q&As for our audience over here. Ladies and gentlemen, in the best interest of time, I'll quickly move on to the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is going to be an interactive presentation on redefining excellence in steel, detailing, precast concrete, and fabrication workflows. For this, I have the honorable presence of Mr. David over here, who's the product manager, prefabrication, ALLPLAN. Give him a huge, huge, huge round of applause. And when I say huge, it actually has to be huge. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Happy to be here today. So traveled a long way, longest out of all the product managers up here giving a presentation. So I see familiar faces here in the room tonight. Some of you I've known for a lot of years, and I've maybe seen you in the US, but I've never had the opportunity to come here to India to visit and be here with you. So to those of you that I'm familiar with and have met before, it's a pleasure to be here with you rather than the reverse of you coming to the US. So prefabrication, talking about this topic here, I really like to define what prefabrication is for everyone. Sometimes it can mean different things to different people, to different industries. So as I talk about prefabrication, this definition really defines what that is, what that means. So it is the practice of assembling components of a structure in a factory or other manufacturing site and transporting those complete assemblies or sub-assemblies to the construction site where the structure is to be located. And my focus is a bit more on the superstructures that was questioned before, right? So there was a question about all the presentations being very focused on infrastructure, roads, bridges. What I'll focus on here and look at is much more about the superstructures and the building side of things. So, what are the deliverables? What has to be produced by software, by tools, by BIM in order to make prefabrication successful? So, first thing is we have to deliver very highly detailed models. I like to call those as fabricated models because they're going to be modeled with every single bolt, every plate, every hole, every weld. It's exactly how that structure is going to be built. So highly, highly detailed information. When we talk about precast or concrete in general, that can also include reinforcement, formwork, all the openings, all the fixtures for lifting and the inserts, everything like that. And then the drawings, right? So yeah, we focused a lot on BIM. We've talked a lot about BIM. We have also talked about the drawings. The drawings are still very prevalent, still very necessary, even though we have that highly detailed 3D model. The guys in the factory or the shop, I call it a shop. In the US, that's what we refer to as the factory as the shop. So if I say that, so we're talking the same, on the same language here. With SDS2 for steel, we create those highly automated. Every location, the location of every hole, count all the bolts, every weld, the reinforcement, the fixtures, and all the dimensions, all the labeling, everything that we need to actually fabricate and create that piece in the shop. And then the general arrangement or erection drawings, highly automated there as well. Basically, those are our instructions for assembling the structure on site. Okay. Other things that are required to make this successful is just reports, quantity takeoffs, shop report, bolt reports, field bolt reports. How many bolts do I need to bolt this thing together in the shop and in the field or on site? Material summaries, cut lists, and then things like design calculations. We'll talk about connection design after a bit, how we automate connection design within our solutions. So that's another report we can talk about. As technology evolves, especially in the shop, our software and our tools that we provide also have to keep up and provide that information to that technology in the shop. So this is where the CNC information comes into play, a number of different formats in that case, especially depending on whether we are discussing steel or precast. Each one has different requirements. Each machine has different needs, so we have to make sure that we're providing that information. And then more deliverables is fabrication management. So how are we scheduling the production in the shop, right? What is our schedule? What is going to be fabricated on what day and when? So all that highly detailed information is necessary to make prefabrication successful again. More challenges, right? Sometimes the design information is incomplete. The engineer is not providing as much information as necessary to actually build these structures. So one of the big challenges for prefabrication is translating that information to a little bit lower detail to highly detailed information. They're having to transfer that information. And then repetitive tasks. We've heard about it a number of times about how do we automate repetitive tasks, how are we quicker than 2D doing that. So creating a lot of similar parts, but slightly different situations where we maybe have slightly different depths of beams, but a plate needs to fit within the depths of those, adjusting the drawing presentation, things like that. And then evolving technology. So I mentioned the equipment in the shop, how we have to make sure that we are feeding that equipment the right information from our solutions to make sure that the shop is being efficient. And those things are constantly evolving, constantly advancing with robotics. Welding robotics is advancing very quickly, or has over the last 5 to 10 years especially. Point clouds, laser scans, that was a topic brought up earlier and discussed, and then production planning is becoming more and more efficient. The more data we collect, the more we understand about how we can be efficient in the shop, the more our production planning becomes more accurate, more efficient. Okay, and then some more challenges, right? Need for information. So transparency across schedules. It's becoming more and more important that all stakeholders in a project see where things are at in the process, right? So the owner, the architect, engineer, project managers, everybody needs to see where projects are. So that requires transparency in our production, in our schedule, so everybody has access to that information and can see where we're at. Again, talking about BIM, questions about what is BIM. We talked about 3D visualization, things like that, but what we haven't really discussed so much is the information contained within our 3D models, right? The information is the driver of all of this stuff. So information, that I in BIM, is very, very important to handle. And then coordination with all trades. So one of the big challenges with prefabrication is, since we are fabricating our components off-site, that means it becomes much more difficult when there's a mistake and we don't coordinate with trades beforehand and anticipate on-site how we're going to do that, right? So that becomes a big challenge for prefabrication. We have to make sure that we're coordinating with all trades much more up front, rather than just, oh, we can cut that on-site or whatever. And then high production requirements, right? So we talked about shortened project schedules earlier. The people that are providing the information with our software, with our tools to the shop, they have to do it in a highly productive manner, because we don't want the shop personnel sitting around waiting on the deliverables that we discussed. If they're waiting on the deliverables, that means time wasted. We're not being as efficient as we can. We're not meeting time schedules. So what's our solutions? SDS2, been mentioned a couple of times. This is for our steel detailing solution. And a number of colleagues already talked a little bit about the precast. So Jad talked about it. Gregor mentioned precast a little bit. So we've got an idea of the solution that we provide with ALLPLAN when it comes to precast. I'm going to really focus on steel for our detailing solution for steel here. So some of the benefits we provide, some of the things we do here, just ease of use is one of the big factors we look at. BIM Plus collaboration, so we talked about coordination with the trades. That's going to be, that's our open, transparent, collaborative platform to make sure we have all that information available. Quick drawing production, so talked about the repetitive nature of creating drawings and having to do that in a highly productive way. Automated connection design, so one of the biggest challenges we face in steel detailing is coordinating connection design. How do we connect this beam to that beam? How do we connect this brace to the beam in the column? What's interfering with that, especially on the more complex structures? There can be multiple beams or braces framing into the same node. So how do we handle that and automate that process? Miscellaneous steel, things like handrails, stairs, additional miscellaneous pieces of steel for supporting facades, pour stops to hold in the concrete, things like that. We're really great with integration with our fabricator and equipment and tools. So we talked about the equipment in the shop. That's one of our focuses there. We have to make sure that we integrate well with the shop and with the production planning to keep the shops on task, on schedule. Our licensing is very flexible, and recently we just, within the last couple of years, have released a local India version of SDS2 for your local market. So we include the local design code for that automated connection design that I've mentioned there at a much cheaper price than what we offer the North American design code at. Okay. A few years ago, we did a survey across all of our users. One of the questions was about their productivity gains when they switched to SDS2. Now, you may ask, well, what product is this switching from? It is a mix from our different competitors, AutoCAD, and then some of the other 3D competitors that we have out there. But 71% saw gains within 1 year. 32% were 1 to 3 months they were seeing productivity gains when they switched to SDS2. So goes to back up that ease of use topic that I mentioned is one of our strengths. So why is ease of use important, right? So it's easy to learn, shorten onboarding time, minimize disruptions in your production, and frees your employees up to focus on the details and the things that really matter rather than focusing on how do I use this tool, how do I do that, right? So we do that by providing a familiar user interface that's similar to many of the tools that people use every day, Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, if they're switching from Revit or AutoCAD platforms, things like that. It's very familiar and easy to understand. So yeah, one of the big keys is you don't want to lose production. It's not just the cost of your software that you pay us, it's the cost of onboarding people and the productivity time that you may lose by training those people. So as much as we can shorten that, the better. Okay, and then the quick drawing production, we talked about this a bit, right? We just want to reduce those repetitive tasks, compress your delivery time. We still have to make sure we deliver quality drawings, so we do that very well out of the box. You know, so we do this by automating piece mark management. We do this by automating, you know, adding your dimensions. It's all customizable to what the shop prefers to see in their standards. So we have numerous settings that you can change and update and set to make sure that the shop personnel understand what they're seeing and what they're trained to see and read. You can set that to make sure that we're providing that. Okay. Automated connection creation and design. So there's typically two workflows within the industry when it comes to connection design. There is delegated design. This means that the engineer of record passes that responsibility on to the detailer and the fabricator. In that particular case, in that particular workflow, the automated connection design is there's nothing out there like this, right? We are the only steel detailing software that provides this automated connection design. The others will claim that they do it, but they do not. They simply create a picture and run a check. It is not design. I put creation in here because we do still also fit into the other workflow where the EOR, engineer of record, is defining the connections exactly how those should be. And in that case, we fit within that workflow. Also, we just simply have to set the project settings up to match what the EOR provided. And then as you model the structure, the connections are created based on those project settings, which match what the EOR provided, right? So this size of angle, this number of bolts, this size of weld, all those things are built in there, right? It's all done as you model. You don't have to take extra steps to create those connections with components and such. There's intelligence built in. So I model a column, I model a beam. It recognizes the framing condition and designs that and places that connection based on your standards. Okay, Miscellaneous steel, so we're not just looking at and detailing the main structural components of a building. We're doing all the miscellaneous plates, supports, handrails, stairs. I like the example picture here. So this was they called it, the name of the project was Dolphin Fender. So it was, I don't remember exactly what it was, but some type of structure that was submerged in port. I believe it was near Washington State in the US, but you can see there, it's not just your typical beams, columns, bracing in a structure. So we're very resilient, even when it comes to the miscellaneous steel side of things. We have a number of tools to automate adding your handrails, automate adding stairs. These are some of the most complex parts of a building and a structure to detail. So having those highly automated tools that allow us to fine tune and adjust those things easily are very, very important. We also have an area on our website. We call it a SDS2 toolbox, right? So we continuously provide new tools for automation that are built on our API to make sure that we're providing continuous value to people, even without releasing an entire release of our software. And then that API is open, right? So it's a Python API. Anyone can build on it. We also have a .NET API to interact with that model outside in a headless mode or without even running SDS2 itself. Okay, and then next up, again, one of the most important parts for me is that integration with our fabricator tools. So we can have the best modeling tool in the world, but when we're talking about prefabrication and there's heavy investments in shop equipment happening and heavy investments in production planning tools happening, if our modeling and our detailing solution doesn't interact with those and feed those, it doesn't matter what we do over here, right? So big emphasis for us here to make sure that we get this right and we can be as efficient as we can for the shop. We have all sorts of open standards that we support. So DSTV is probably the most typical. DXF for simple things like burning plates. IFC, the IFC EM11 is a standard of IFC that was developed specifically for steel fabrication standards to make sure that that equipment is being fed. And then our different fabrication management integrations, Strumis, steel projects, PowerFab are some of the most common you'll hear there. And then again, on our API, we have a number of integrations that are developed specifically for different machines to make sure that those machines are getting the information they need directly from SDS2. So custom integrations as well on the API. Next slide here. Just want to reinforce that point. I'll play a video here from one of the equipment manufacturers that we partner with. We like to work very closely with these equipment manufacturers, again, to ensure that things work very well. So this next slide is a video, kind of a testimony to that. So.
At Fortman, we build high-end machinery with integrated business software to process beams, plates, tubes with a high level of automation, as well as automatic assembling and welding solutions. Innovation, quality, and service are our core drives.
We are making our plate, pipe, and beam machines in our production site in Reimagine and ALLPLAN. We do the whole process ourselves, starting with cutting our parts for our machines, assembling and installation at the customer site. We are constantly improving our processes to keep a high-quality product.
Our background is steel fabrication, and that is still the main market for us. But we are also active in plate processing, steel distribution, machinery and equipment, offshore and energy, and process equipment.
We provide round-the-clock support by our locations in Europe, USA and Australia, solving more than 90% of our calls remotely. Our global service network ensures quick and efficient service on site to solve problems if needed. With increasing number of data available from our machines, we advise our customers to increase their uptime and to improve their processes for high quality output.
Software becomes more and more important nowadays to get a good insight of the total production flow. With our DigiSteel software, we can offer our customers seamless solutions from engineering till a finished end product.
DigiSteel is a SaaS software company within Voortman. We develop cloud-only software applications for all kinds of markets. What we see is that model-based building is becoming more and more important, especially in the future, and this is why we partner up with SDS2. The northern part of the US is a really big market for us. We saw that our customers there were using SDS2, and therefore we wanted to increase the efficiency and simpleness of using the 3D detailing package being SDS2 and the usage of our machines. We want to have them communicate as efficiently as possible, especially for our fabricator, our fitting and welding robot. This machine can fit and weld without any human intervention based on an SDS2 model. Whenever the welds are being exported, we check and fix all the weld information, and based on that export, the customer can really easily use such a fabricator. Also, for the other machines that we have, we want to go from a 3D detailing package until a CNC machine. And in between, we needed to partner up to make sure that the files are right and that the end product is correct. So far, the sounds that we heard from the market, as well as from our customers, is that the use of SDS2 together with our fabricator fitting and welding robot is really good. I would say that a SDS2 DigiSteel Voortman combination would be a good fit for every customer.
It's a good video. Feels like an ad for Voortman at the beginning, but it's really not. It's an advertisement for how well we work together with Voortman, and we have a good, like I said, good partnership with that shop equipment. Very important to us. So, other things, BIM Plus collaboration. We talked about BIM Plus, our cloud platform. On the tablets floating around, there's a steel model on there directly from SDS2. So what we do there, upload directly a model, upload the drawings, link the drawings in there in the document manager. They're all attached to the corresponding 3D objects. So whatever 3D object you're corresponding or inquiring on, you can directly access the PDF drawing right there. If it's for a full assembly, it includes all the individual part drawings as well, right? So not just one drawing, it's every drawing that's required to fabricate that piece right there where you need it. So, and then flexible licensing. So we don't have restrictions on when and where you can access SDS2. You don't have to rely on us to go in and manage your licenses when you have new employees or you're expanding your business and you add more licenses. It's all cloud-based, so instantly added. Minimize that downtime as much as we possibly can. So, okay, and just a couple other pieces of interesting information that I like to show. Again, this was taken from our survey several years ago. So 63% of people that took this survey said they've been able to take on more projects than they were in the past with our competitors. 59% were able to take on larger projects, right? So that's indicating to me that we're more efficient than the competitors that they're switching from, and they're able to put out more production. And then on the right-hand side there, the information on the right just kind of shows us what percentage, how much faster they were at completing some of these different tasks. So many of them were over 100%, so that's 2 times faster, more than 2 times faster than what they were switching from the competitors. Okay, and real quickly here on the precast side, so like I mentioned, we looked at the ALLPLAN kind of products earlier. We didn't necessarily focus on precast. So our precast product is highly automated for precast walls and precast slabs. So especially as shops become more and more advanced, they implement more and more automated equipment in that shop. This becomes very important because we, again, provide all the production information, we provide all the information required to run that equipment in the shop. Europe, Australia especially, we have highly automated shops there, customers that have been doing this for a long time. I walk into the plant and there's maybe 4 people working in the entire plant, but they are continuously pumping out walls and slabs at a very, very high rate with this equipment, but it takes very few people to do this. The 2D to 3D workflows, again, is very great with ALLPLAN Precast. And then it doesn't matter what design software you're using. So if the design starts in ALLPLAN, that's great. We take the architectural walls, convert those over to the precast wall and slab elements based on the shop limitations, right? So the bed is only so big, we can only ship panels that are so big precast, so based on the parameters that we set, those walls will be divided based on that. But if you're starting in Revit, you have a Tekla model, whatever it might be, import the IFC. We can go ahead and convert those IFC walls directly to the precast walls and slabs as well. So great thing there. Our automated stair reinforcement from any 2D section, right? So 2D section of a stair, we convert it to 3D, we can reinforce that, add that, all of that takes a couple of minutes and you have a whole precast stair, detailed labels, dimensions, everything like similar to what Jad showed earlier. Mentioned the integration with fabricator equipment, data quality, right? So we have some tools that will do data checking for us to make sure that our fixtures aren't too close to the edges or there's enough, different things like that, basically rule sets that we can set to ensure that we're building these walls correctly before we ever send it to the shop. Again, great BIM Plus collaboration to provide that transparency and that common data environment for everyone on the project. And Tim is one of our own solutions for production planning, that scheduling, right? So, you know, schedules for production, delivery, how we're gonna assemble that, you know, clear information, transparent information again, and then a quality manager to make sure that data is in there. So Tim is our current solution for doing that production planning and that fabrication management. Okay. And thank you. I appreciate your time. Yeah.
This is what appreciation means, of course, even without me saying it, of course, you all appreciate. So that's, I think, well, you should all clap for yourselves, please, for being such a wonderful audience right throughout. Please give sir a mic so that he can ask a question.
Hi, David. I did mention before the session started, for clarity's sake, I'm not talking about steel side, I'm talking about the concrete side. In concrete, you talked about the wall panels and the slab as separate elements. What we do is volumetric. The whole room with all the 4 walls and the roof slab is cast as one single piece. How does this work there?
Yep, so in that case, what we can do is something like a Python part. We can create that kind of a parameterized object out of a Python part that would allow you to very easily define how wide that cube is, how tall it is, what the reinforcement is in there. We can do that quite easily, yeah.
So it doesn't require too much of an alteration. It will work as it is, it can work. Is that what you're saying?
We could do it as is today. You might be looking for more automation, and that's where we would turn to the Python parts to create
If I need this to be put into my upcoming project, what is the onboarding time?
What is what? Sorry.
Onboarding time.
Onboarding time. So again, that always varies from person to person, company to company. It's hard to put an exact number on the onboarding time, but yeah, typically we are very much partners in helping you onboard. So we have a great customer success team that we would pair you up with the onboarding team, make sure we understand your requirements, do the proper training to make sure you get up to speed. I think you're going to be somewhere more in that 1 week to 1 month. Yep.
Thank you, sir, for the question. We have bandwidth for one more question, if anybody is willing to. You have the mic already, yeah.
So is SDS to cover that wall framing? Wall framing means stud wall metal framing?
I'm sorry, Ed?
The SDS to cover the stud wall metal framing? Wall framing, stud wall.
Stud wall.
Yeah.
Stud walls, like a cold form. What do you
cold roll?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cold rolled.
Yeah, cold roll. Yeah.
So yeah, we have all the we provide cold formed, cold rolled information in there. We don't necessarily automate that full wall, but certainly can be done. So we can you can model it today. Easy options to copy things around where they're standard parts, and then potentially if we had to expand on that more and do more customization, that's where we can lean on the Python API.
Python. So it is not out of the box, but it can be developed.
Yep,
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for that question, and if we've taken two, we can perhaps take one more if anybody is willing to. Nobody should complain, hopefully, at the end that you didn't take my question. If anybody is willing to ask a question to Mr. David, you're more than welcome. Otherwise, you can always connect at the networking zone. All right, so I believe no more questions. So on that note, please give him a huge round of applause for the wonderful session that he put forward for all of us. Thank you so much. And it's an honor and privilege to listen to you. Thank you. Pleasure. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so I mean, it's almost the fag end of this event, but we have some specific things to be disseminated. We talked about the goodies, right? So we have few more questions, and the goodies are back over here. So whoever gets to give the first and the correct answer gets the goodies. We have already, I believe, had 4 goodie winners. We have bandwidth for more. So I think we'll make it around 10 maybe, a perfect 10. That's what definitely works. So are you all ready for the first question? Can I have a yes, loud yes from all of you? Yes, that feels the energy pumping up over here, right? I know it's past 9, but then I believe the energy is quite good. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first question is actually not a question, but a build-up to the question, which is, do you all know that SDS2 has a specific Indian version? Is it true or is it not? It's true, right? But that's not the question. That's the fun part. But that's the build-up to the question. Well answered. So the question is, which solution can address the connection design? Anybody willing to answer? Do you want to answer?
Yeah, it's SDS2. And Riza.
Perfect, perfect. Please give him a gift hamper, and most importantly, give him a huge round of applause. This was more of a trick question, but they have got it absolutely perfect. Perfect. All right, so we will quickly move on to the next one. This is a very wide question I'm opening up. There are multiple answers to this, but we will take only one answer out of the multiple answers, and that too only the first one, whoever is getting it right. So basically, if the first person gets it right, and there's another person who comes up later with another right answer, that won't be considered. So you got only one opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. This one is, can you name any other Nemetschek technology apart from ALLPLAN that Nemetschek India is currently offering? You please give him the mic.
I have a colleague, so you can. Blue BIM.
Okay, we'll take that. Give him a big round of applause, please. He's, I think, winning multiple goodies, so I think that's quite good. We need a photo opportunity as well for that moment, huh? 100%. So you have earned it, 100% photo banta hai. Perfect. Please cheer for him, ladies and gentlemen. Every win is appreciated. And just naming a few more, I mean, the other ones, of course, ArchiCAD, that is a correct answer that I'm sure you all must be knowing. There's Solibri as well, that you all might have thought as well, but like I said, the first one goes. So it was Bluebeam and it is Bluebeam. All right. So the next question is, what is the seminar, the Nemetschek, when Nemetschek started their seminar in Mumbai, what was the tagline? You want to try?
Reimagine the infrastructure BIM.
Good attempt, sir. I would have loved to had I had control, but then I can't give you that one. Any more attempt? No, not like this, not like this. You have to use the mic.
Innovate and construct.
No. So, dono ek saath galat, sir. Let me give you a bit of a hint, all of you, and it's a very, very sweet hint. This is about the city we are now.
Amchi, Mumbai.
Amchi, Mumbai. So not that personalized yet, sir. But then, of course, City of Dreams. Who said City of Dreams out of you two first? Huh? Are you all having a tough time to decide who said first? You said first. Let's give it to the lady, please, if you don't mind. We can all be gentlemen over here. Please give it to her. And we'll take a photo opportunity of this moment. Thank you. I request you to please stand up for the photo opportunity. All right. 3 done and dusted. 3 more to go, ladies and gentlemen. So this one is about, where are the questions? Yes. All right. Which technology of Nemetschek helps you in your drawings review? I don't want any answers being said. Please raise your hand. And yeah, sir has raised, but let's give a fair opportunity to someone else as well. Let's give sir the mic over there. My dear brother, over there. Somebody's raising his hand. You have already received gifts, sir. We want to give opportunities to everybody. Thank you. Yeah. Please give the mic. Huh? Okay. So.
Bluebeam review.
Huh?
Bluebeam.
Yeah, correct. You're right. You get it. Please give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. We'll do a photo opportunity with you as well for that. People winning goodies left, right, and center. Of course, that's something something everybody wants, right, sir? Huh? Your smile agrees with that statement. All right. This one is fairly easy. And most importantly, beyond being fairly easy, this was already discussed when we started the event today. Quickly moving on to the question. How many years do you all think, ladies and gentlemen, Nemetschek has been in existence? No, not like that. Somebody has to raise the hand.
60.
We have
60.
Who has the mic?
Yeah.
So you already, we have a winner. We have a clear winner. Sorry, sir, he's faster than you. You know, brisk pace, I know, but then the mic unke paas already paused. Please give him a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. This is the question a lot of you knew, but then, I believe sir's street smartness definitely came into play. All right, so the last one, ladies and gentlemen, are you all ready? Can I have a hand raise of the ones who have not received a single goodie yet? Because I want to ask these questions to only those people. Because like I said, I have to be inclusive to everyone. So I want to give, so people who have not received a single goodie yet, can you please raise your hands for me? So I want my fellow volunteer friends to realize only the ones who have not got a single goodie, we're taking the mics to only them so that at least we have a new winner right now, okay? All right, question relatively easy. But of course, every question seems easy when you have the answer right in front of you. That's exactly why I call it easy. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is, you have seen it. You have seen one of the presentations over here today. Nemetschek India is offering solutions as packages. The question for you all is, how many series are present in each package? Ma'am has, huh? No, but we can't take the answer like that. I believe she raised her hand.
3 series.
Yeah, correct. You know, sir said it already, but then I have to be fair. The rule says that you have to raise your hand and then. Yeah, right. That's all about women empowerment. Nari Shakti, everybody. On a countdown of 1, 2, 3. Everybody say Nari Shakti. Nari Shakti Zindabad. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to give you like a quick reminder. We discussed about the feedback. I mean, the agenda is already done and dusted because we have come to an end of this event. But then you all can please feel free to share your feedbacks. You just need to kind of use the scanner that's present in front of you. The checkered scanners is over there. Please feel free to share your feedback. And now, most importantly, you all have been very, very kind enough to be with us over here right since afternoon and maybe evening as well. Beating Mumbai traffic is never easy, but you all have been very kind and patient. So, of course, we over here, ALLPLAN, Nemetschek Group, we want to kind of make this moment very memorable. So, on this note, I invite everybody over here, all our guests, right from speakers to the people who have attended, to please come and join us over here on stage for a group photograph. And please, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, please clap for yourselves for being such a fascinating and wonderful audience over here. Thank you so much. I request each and everyone over here to please come on stage and pose for a group photograph. Each and everyone over here, right from the speakers to the attendees. I know you all have done many class photographs during school. This might feel like one, so please enjoy yourselves. And our videographers and photographers are ready to give you a clear idea in terms of where you need to stand, the positions and everything. So everybody, inviting everybody over here to please go forward and be a part of this very special group photo. Trust me when I say this, they have made this stage humongous just because we want to fit all of you together in a proper way. Requesting everybody to please move forward for a group photo. Our photographers are there. Sir, if I may please request you to move forward for a group photo. We cannot miss out on that. Everybody, we are including everybody. So I believe we have to make it like an interesting class photo. If not, everybody is not fitting on stage. What we can do is maybe have a few people come over here at the front as well. And maybe our photographers can help in terms of the positioning. Sir, please take it forward from here. You're the expert. Wow. Yeah, this feels so amazing. How many of you are reminded of your class photographs during school? Ek saath jab hota tha. Are you all reminded of that? You all are, right? Huh? That feels good? Huh? Yeah, exactly. That feels like a day of learning for all of us. I request everybody over here to please move forward, and I believe everybody is there. Sir, request you to take your position over there as well for the photo. Yes. Wow, the perfect inverted U, if I may call that. We're loving the smiles on your faces. Please keep it on. And please don't move until he's done. And then I have a quick request for all of you as well. Sir, I know you're a champion photographer, but you don't have to go till this extent. Please be careful. We don't have medical insurance over here, so. I'll hold. I'll hold. I request you all to hold on to your poses. Even after the photo is done, I need to mention something. Yeah. He wants it all the hands up. Our overseas guest wants all the hands up. So come on, everybody, put your hands up in the air. That's how you do it. Yes. Yes. You're done. Please hold on to your poses. This event has been about inclusivity. This event has been about cross-cultural exchange. I want everybody from here, when I say from here, I mean every Indian over here, to please, on behalf of our country, respect and show some love to our overseas guests. Thank you so much to all of you for coming to India. I hope we have made your time over here memorable. And I hope that you continue to keep coming in our country and make it a pleasurable moment for all of us going forward as well. He wants a nice group photo as well, of course. Selfie, that's what you call it. Yes. Thank you so much. Not yet done, not yet done. I know, I'm not yet done, I'm not yet done. I know you are craving, but then this is genuinely the last one. I believe in gratitude, and that should always be the attitude. So I have few people to thank for this event. Of course, we have thanked everybody. Can I please have a huge round of applause for our friends over there at the console who have worked hard right from afternoon. I want a huge round of applause for our photographer and videographer as well over here. And most importantly, I want you all to please kindly thank our hotel staff who have been offering us good food throughout to keep us entertained. And lastly, please clap for yourselves for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you. This is your host, Shubhajit Ghosh, signing off. Honor and pleasure. Thank you. And we are opening up the cocktail over here for you all, ladies and gentlemen. Please enjoy your cocktail. Please enjoy your mocktail. Please enjoy your dinner. And I'll see you all very soon the next time. Thank you. Just another final announcement, which is, I believe, a repetition of what I said earlier. You all have got goodies from your questions. There are goodies actually for everybody outside. So once you're done enjoying your cocktails and dinner, before you move out of the premises, please take your respective goodies, everybody, from outside. Thank you so much. God bless. Take care. Stay safe. And thank you.